Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon. Hi there. It's my fault we're a couple of minutes late. Making some last-minute changes. And I lost track of time. Anyway, we're here now. Good afternoon. Hi there and all that. Welcome. My name is Alan Cox. Thanks for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora is out today. Poundcake is in.
I am in. Afternoon, white people.
We were listening to a little bit of the new Poundcake in the office.
Oh, yeah.
Before the show.
Okay.
Why do you say it like that?
Because I'm sure you have some opinions.
I don't.
No, it's fine.
We were just listening to some of it.
Okay.
Well, I don't often get a chance to listen.
A little bit. It was just, it's you. So it's just, you're entertaining.
Thank you.
There's the thing that makes, here's the only thing, and it's not even a complaint about the podcast. It's that when Poundcake is by himself doing his own thing, he speaks at a normal pace. When he's here on this show, he's going 1 billion miles a second. And that formation of words before the brain can finish firing its synapses makes for some amazing things here on this show. But it almost sounds like a different person if you listen to the Poundtakes. Because you're so measured.
I can believe that.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Well, I'm saying I can see why, but yeah, I don't know.
At a loss for words.
But no, I'm
now he's speaking too slowly.
Well, I'm thinking this show does make me anxious because there's more.
But everything makes you anxious. But you don't sound anxious on your podcast.
Because, I have the power to stop it and do something over if I need to. I haven't had to, but I would if I had to. This, it's live. I have to be with it. I have to be on it. I have to pay attention.
Okay.
And get, what I want to say in quick because there is 3 other people on this show.
I see. So if you flub something on the podcast, you would
There's no pressure.
Retake it?
I would, but I haven't had to. And also,
What would you have to do to retake it, to pick it back up?
Like because I have topics on my phone. It's not like I have it on a piece of paper. So if I'm going through my phone and I scroll through something accidentally and I lose my page and therefore I lose my train of thought, I don't want there to be, 5, 10 seconds, 15 seconds of dead air. I would just pause it real quick, go find my spot about where my topic is, and then go back on it.
You did take a huge chug of water that you didn't edit out, though.
But I do those because I realize
that... bitch is parched.
but I can do stuff like that. So that I'm not insecure about. But just, I don't want people to think that, he forgot to edit out something. But I realize that...
Well, but you could... What I'm saying is you can edit out dead air. You can tighten it up without picking it back up. I thought you meant like you would stop it, pick it back up, and then... You're just talking about chopping out dead air?
Yeah, but I haven't had to because I've learned now as a broadcaster for, however many years that people appreciate my mess ups. Like if I do it on the podcast, at least I know people were listening and they're listening intently and knowing that I mess up and they can laugh at it and I can laugh at it. So I'm just happy you're listening. So I haven't had to, but I'm just telling you the reason why I'm more measured there than I am here.
I see. Okay. Well,
so I'll work on it. I'll work on being measured here too.
No, but you know what I've told you before, though. You got to find your spots.
Yeah.
When I'll be talking about something and I'll take a pause and you'll jump right in.
Yes.
And I'm like, yeah, me pausing is not an invitation for you to jump in. And I've told you, you'll do it. We'll be talking about something. He'll go, he's dying to get in. I'm like, sometimes the moment will just pass.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just won't get in, you know? But anyway, the brand new Poundcake. Gulps of water and all.
It's not that many. It's not that many.
I like how that he won't. Well, people like to hear me drinking water. That's what people tune in for. Me drinking water.
Sipping
What have I
tea.
been busting my ass for almost 30 years in broadcasting for when all I had to do was just sip water on the air?
Hey.
And man, I'd be killing it.
It's like 2 times.
He might end up with some sort of endorsement through that, where it's like, oh, I got to take the Poundcake Parch, and then he drinks some of those hint waters that you've been drinking for years, and he's getting paid to drink them.
I need a sounder.
Right, I'm the sucker. I'm drinking them for free.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, everybody, it's Poundcake for LaCroix. It's a bitch like limoncello. Those are good. I got on those limoncello LaCroix.
Those are very good.
I got them in the fridge. I'd never had them. A couple of summers ago, we had some people over, and one of our guests brought limoncello LaCroix. And I'd kind of got off the LaCroix train. I don't need that many bubbles. But I had never had that before. I was like, oh, this is really good. And then I happened to see some on an end cap at Target like a week ago or something, and I just reflexively grabbed them. They're so good.
They're very good.
They're like lemon and vanilla or something. I don't know what they do to it.
Cello.
What's cello? Well, limoncello is a drink. It's an aperitif, though, right? Isn't limoncello like what Danny DeVito would get ripped on all the time?
I don't know what an aperitif is.
It's like a liqueur. It's like a.
Okay.
You wouldn't slug it, but you'd like have it, after a meal or something. A digestif, if you will, before or
gotcha.
after a meal. But yeah, the limoncello LaCroix, it's pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of LaCroix's. Got some good flavors. I haven't had a LaCroix in a long time, though.
Yeah, I'm back on it. I'm dipping my toe back in. I still like the flat hint water, but
Flat water and no hint. I don't need no hint. It's regular flat water.
Regular flat
like
water?
Like a man.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just like hint. They don't hit you over the
Maybe
head.
some dirt. You put some dirt in mine. I'm a man.
You like your water to be a little chunky.
Yeah.
To smell faintly of.
It's minerals, Alan. It's healthy.
I got you. You want it to smell strangely of gasoline, maybe some kind of grease.
Right.
You know,
so it's tough.
I'm really surprised that you are into the whole, like, seltzer thing.
Who?
You.
You mean carbonated water?
Well, carbonated water.
Why?
You just seem like the type of guy, like, if I want to drink water, I'll just drink my regular water rather than carbonated water.
Well, listen, water is really, it's the best thing for you. We all know that. But it's super, super boring. Water sucks.
Yes.
And it's God's joke or whoever's joke that that's what we need to live on, and that's what most of our body is. And for me, it's just to kind of get myself off the Mountain Dew, because that's doing me no favors. But
water's good in certain, like if you're very thirsty, the middle of the night, you reach over and you have your glass of water. It's 3 a.m. and you have that like dry mouth, especially in the winter. Then water is the best
you
thing
don't
I've
hiccups
ever
by the time you go to bed. Ooh.
By the time I go to bed,
I don't have a glass of water on my nightstand.
Oh, I do.
No, I'm talking about like if you were to have like a LaCroix. That's not something you're supposed to have, in the middle of the night.
Because what, the carbonation makes you feel more thirsty? Is that what it is?
I don't think that, but it won't sit right if it's carbonated and you're laying down and it's not going to sit right.
Yeah, and I just like I said, I just reflexively grabbed a pack of the limoncello and put it in the fridge here at home. I'm just drinking flat peppermint water, but that's good enough for me. But yeah, water, man, it's no wonder the flavored water business has exploded, because you got people that are like, yeah, I'm trying to drink water. I know I'm supposed to, but it sucks. We can't all be manly like you, Bill.
Yeah, well, I like the dirty water.
With your flammable water.
Sometimes I'll just take a sponge and wring it out right in the water and be like, yeah.
Sure.
I don't like things that taste good, because, man.
Get your creme brulee torch and heat it up a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, let me take a break. If you want a shot at $1,000, you're in luck, because I've got another one for you at 2:30. It's a buck ton of cash. You will have 4 chances this afternoon to grab that. If you want to shoot a text here, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeart. you end up losing a few friends over it. 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007. To join us live, 800-348-1007. 35192. Well, send me a text. Another chance to grab $1,000 at 2:30. You have 18 chances remaining. We give you about a dozen every weekday. Tomorrow is the last day, at least for this go-round, because we do this thing pretty frequently. But a dozen chances tomorrow, starting in the 7 o'clock hour with Rover. But you will have them 4 times here on this show. And then 7 o'clock and 9 o'clock tonight. They will not be preempted by the Cavs game. Cavs are on fire. They win again last night against the Houston Rockets. 112-96. That's a pretty decisive win, too. Usually, as of late, the Cavs have found themselves on the other side of that equation.
It's nice. They needed that.
Yeah.
A little confidence boost.
So maybe they're back. Maybe they're kind of back. It's probably a little premature to say, but take whatever we can get. Two wins is 2 wins.
2 wins is 2 wins, and I think they play... Who do they play on Saturday?
Play the 76ers.
76ers, that's right. Yep. That's a tough team, though.
Allen Iverson and Mo Cheeks. That is not an easy team. AI boy, he is a beast. So, yeah, they are in Philly on Saturday night. So they take tonight and tomorrow night off, and then they'll play the Sixers 7 o'clock here on WMMS. Your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. This weekend also kicks off Indians preseason baseball. It will start on Sunday down the hall at WTAM 1100. That's an afternoon game out west against the Cincinnati Reds. We will be preempted, I believe, 1 time for preseason Indians baseball, and that will be on Friday the 12th, a couple of weeks away. They will play the Dodgers at 3:05 here on WMMS. So,
we're not going to do a power hour?
We probably will do a power hour,
okay.
Yes.
All right, I need to be aware of that, because I didn't want to do a power hour. Maybe I was just going to take the whole day off.
Well, we'll see. I was initially thinking that I would just run a couple of best-of segments, but maybe we will do a power hour.
I think the best of segments is the way to go.
Oh, you don't want to come in at all?
I mean,
okay, well, maybe I'll do a power hour by myself. Maybe I'll sit in here and play some songs. I'll do an hour of just music. I'll get back to my DJ.
Hitting the post?
Yeah, I'll get back to my DJ roots.
I'll come in for that just to listen.
An hour of hitting the post.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
It's always fun.
Stay tuned for Indians baseball next on the Buzzard. It'd be a lot of fun. So, anyway.
Huey Lewis sans the news.
Yeah, well, sans the news. That was probably a little too deep, wasn't it? I don't know if people can relate to something that's stupid. Brand new one from Huey Lewis. You're going to see this in the movie Back to the Future. Huey Lewis sans the news, everybody. 100.7 WMMS The Buzzard. I think that is what made... that's what made the Back to the Future soundtrack so popular, was DJs all around the country front selling that song. I was too young. I wasn't in radio yet. That's mid-'80s. I was still in high school. But if I had, I'm sure that I heard 100 guys do something like that on Top 40 radio. You know, growing up, all you had was Top 40 radio.
Right.
And so I'm sure that they were playing that left and right and having fun with it.
I mean, I can't remember a time in my life where I didn't know that song.
The Power of Love.
Power of Love. I mean, we were a Huey Lewis house. I feel like we played a lot of Huey Lewis and a lot of Billy Joel.
Well, listen, if you had the radio on in the 80s, you were going to, by default, be a Huey Lewis household. There was a lot of Huey Lewis on the radio. There was a lot of Phil Collins on the radio.
Yeah, like
Billy Joel, you know.
Yeah, we listened to a lot of that stuff. My mom was never really into the music, though. She was just trying to win prizes. She loved doing contests and stuff like that. So we'd be listening to the music, but then when it got to, like, I remember she had, like, this thing, like, where she had to match the numbers, and she'd be like, we'd be all loud and stuff, and be like, shut up, I gotta get the numbers!
Yeah.
Boy, it's a number!
Yeah, we used to record songs off the radio and try to, you know, and
we did that for sure.
When I first got into radio, I was acutely aware of how annoying it was when DJs would hit the post. But that was kind of expected of you because I worked Top 40 radio very early in my career, it was very instructive because I was like, this is not for me. This is not the format for me. And but I had fun while I was doing it. You know, I eventually got fired because I fell asleep on the air. But nevertheless, it was still instructive because Top 40, you got to keep it moving. Moving. It's got to have momentum to it. And so that's why they're talking over the posts, because they don't want a bunch of dry music, you know.
You can always tell the people that are calling just to win a prize, because our demographic, like I would do the morning show and I would always get people like kids calling from on the bus, like, can you play, you know, Lean With It, Rock With It? And they want me to play it so they can listen to it on the bus. But then I'd also get like some granny. She's like, hello, am I caller number 17? I'm like,
they were calling ZIP to win prizes?
Yeah, because we would do like...
So you had like old listeners?
They just there
won
to
the
win
prizes. Yeah.
That's why I was like, wow, you're out of our demographic.
I see.
You know,
The prize, what do we call them?
Prize pigs.
Yeah.
prize pigs.
They will listen to any station that's giving stuff away.
I guess so.
They don't care.
Yeah, because we see when we're back, we used to do events, and probably will sometime soon. The same.
I call them my
5%.
prize people. My
There
prize
you go.
pals.
Sorry,
How about
prize.
that? Prize pals.
P1
Listen,
prize wanna-getters.
I would love to see those people right now. To be able to do an event
I know.
and have those people come out, I would be, here's all these people.
I
these
know.
Pals, these pigs, whatever they are. Come here.
Prize pals is what
Yeah.
we like to call them. Yeah. So, hey, I got some money for you. It's $1,000. It's a buck ton of cash. Tomorrow night is going to be the last shot for you to win, so you've still got plenty of chances in between now and then to grab this. So good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. It's a buck ton of cash. Time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword FUN, F-U-N, to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's FUN to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
One going out to Charlie, who's live in somewhere. I don't know where. But Phil Collins now, you know, he's on that solo tour. Got the mighty Chester Thompson behind the drums. We'll see what happens. This guy has certainly made his bones after leaving Genesis. And now he's mounting a huge tour. Take you out there. He's going to be rolling through the horizon next month. WMMS. See, that's a good, but you can hear me vamping, though. That's an okay post, but it's like I'm not Broadway Bill Lee.
No,
where they're just like, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
But that's all he does. This is you
Yes.
going back into a skill set
I'm
that you had from
very
20
rusty.
years ago.
I have not
whereas
kept
he's
those muscles.
Still doing that. Jumping forward in the easy listening rock genre, Hootie and the Blowfish, they just did there's a cover song by Post Malone that's sweeping the Gen Zs. Love it. They're like, what is this amazing song? It's like, that's our song.
Well, that's the fun part, too, is that you can take advantage of the generation who doesn't know the song you're doing, you know? And I'm sure I fell prey to that, too, when I was a kid. I was like, oh, my God, have you heard that new song, Immigrant Song? You know, and some metal band was probably doing it, and I wasn't hip to Zeppelin. Post Malone covers Hootie and the Blowfish for the Pokemon 25th anniversary.
Yeah.
What the hell is that? What's that got to do with anything?
I was thinking the same thing.
I don't know.
I was like, first of all,
I only want a Pikachu. Is that what it is?
I don't know, but
that's pretty good.
Perfect, yeah.
Yeah, should have
I only want a Pikachu.
Well, that's the song he does. I only want to be with you. Does
Yeah.
he do Pikachu?
I don't know. I listened to like half of it. I was like, okay, this is Post Malone doing Hootie and the Blowfish, but I like the original. This is not one of those cases where, in my opinion, the cover is better than the original.
Doesn't surpass the original. No. Yeah, you want to. You and me come from different worlds. You have to laugh at me when I feel me.
Why Post Malone?
I will say Post Malone is a crazy talented dude, though.
I agree.
Yeah.
I don't dislike this. I just prefer the original.
You and me, we come from different worlds. You like to laugh at me when I look at other girls.
So he doesn't really do anything with it.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was
okay, he
let
slows
down.
it down, yeah.
Where, yeah, he didn't really.
Well, if you didn't know
make
the
it his
original
own.
song, you'd listen to that and go, oh, I like that song.
Right,
A good
and that's-
song is a good song.
And that's what he is dealing with right now, where there's a lot of people that are my age that are like, hey, that's old millennial music. That's ours. Get off my lawn type stuff.
Isn't it funny
Get off my rented lawn.
It's fun. And we're all guilty of it. No matter what generation you are, you're guilty of being proprietary about something that was never yours to begin with. Because if you're in the band, you go, I want as many people to like this as possible. I don't care if they're 50 or if they're 15 or if they're 20. I still don't understand the connection.
I don't really know
to
either.
To the Pokemon 25th anniversary that Post Malone would do Hootie and the Blowfish. I don't know. Maybe it's just a song he personally enjoys. And they said, hey, you want to do a song for Pokemon? And he's like, yeah, sure. I'll do a song for Pokemon, yeah. Alan Cox Show After Hours line, by the way, you can always leave us a message there if you like. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Mega Dildos, guys. It's Phil. I was listening to a podcast from yesterday. You were talking about naming the snow plows, and Poundcake said Plank Jackson. And then we said, you said, what do you mean? He goes, like a plank. Can you have him just go over one more time what he was trying to come up with there? Because I could not be more lost. All right, thanks, guys. Bye.
The state of Minnesota, we were talking about yesterday, is asking people to name their snow plows. And, of course, they got about 25,000 submissions, and they whittled it down to 50. And they had Plowy McPlowface and all this kind of, Minnesota references.
Right.
And we were trying to throw some around. That'd be a great way, a nice revenue stream for ODOT here in Ohio. And we were like, Bernie Snowzar, or, we came up with a bunch of different ones. Yeah. And Poundcake said, Plank Jackson. And just what the caller said. And I said, I don't get it. It didn't immediately register to me that he was referring to Mayor Frank Jackson, because whoever thinks of Frank Jackson, he just doesn't immediately spring to mind. And so I was like, what do you mean?
But also,
and he goes, like a plank.
There's no connection to plows or snows. It's just a word that rhymes with Frank.
Cleveland is perceived to be the butthole of the world sometime, right?
Yeah, there's Frank. There's Plank Jackson right there. And so again, for the benefit of the caller, what did you mean?
I didn't hear what the question was. I was on the phone.
Oh, the caller was like, could you please have Poundcake expound on what the hell Plank Jackson meant?
I was thinking like snow on a plank, and like it sounded good at the time, so I was mainly thinking of something that rhymed, but there is no rhyme or reason to it, I guess. But yeah, I was just thinking.
So you were just going with the first thing that popped into your head that rhymed.
Thinking out loud, and also I'm like, well, there is probably snow on a plank, or if you're if you're planking on a snowboard as you're going down to it's completely.
Wow, you really put some
deep dive.
A deep dive.
He's just working further ahead than the rest of us.
Again, and this is why I need to be more measured on this show.
That's right. I think you're making all this up now. I think you were just thinking of something that rhymed, and you came up with plank.
Originally, that's what it was. It rhymed. I was like, Plank Jackson. I was like, oh, yeah, I can correlate that somehow. I'm sure they'll get it. Just say it, Cody, and they'll get it.
I like how you think we'll get it.
He's like, just say it, and then let them connect the dots however they may.
They'll get it. He's gaslighting us in there. They'll get it. Plank, yeah, like a plank,
like a plank with snow on it.
I heard the word.
You can do that like a road with snow on it, but a road at least makes sense because it involves the snowplow.
Yeah,
but just like
I was like, is it
snow on it?
I was like, is it a pirate operating the plow or? Okay, well, I don't know if we got any. I guess that is an explanation.
Yeah,
we got a little bit of clarification on it, right? Let me take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
A lot of people, Poundcake, are texting me suggesting you could have gone with Bank Jackson, as in Snowbank. I don't know that I would have thought of that either, but...
You certainly would have thought of Plank. I guess I should have gone.
See, everybody.
If we're going with Frank Jackson and Bank, I feel like then we're getting into other stuff that I'm not thinking of Snow when I think of Frank Jackson and Banks.
Oh, what about Frank Bankson? Hey, Joe.
Hey, first-time caller.
Oh, welcome. I love first-time callers. What's up, Joe?
Yep, long-time listener. Hate the show.
Thank you, sir.
Listen, you were talking about Darius Rucker and Post Malone remaking the song.
Yeah.
You were talking about the lyric "Dolphins Make Me Cry."
Uh-huh.
I saw an interview years ago with Darius Rucker was a big Dolphins fan, and
Miami Dolphins.
Miami Dolphins, yeah, not the
see.
actual dolphin itself.
I
That's
see.
all. I just wanted to call and correct you.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't know. I didn't know what the guy was. Right there we are. All right, good. So the Dolphins were making it because they're a South Carolina band, so I didn't get the. Okay, so he's a fan of.
And the Dolphins, after Marino retired and Don Shula retired, they get to the playoffs, but they never win. Even when they got Jimmy Johnson, they just never could get to the Super Bowl in the 90s. They haven't been to the Super Bowl since 82 or 83. So.
Ever since
the time that Marino got there, yeah.
Ever since the Ray Finkel
the
debacle.
one guy, 84.
Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
Well, you have a good day.
Okay. Hey, thank you. There's Joe clarifying a little bit there.
And I knew
the
people were going to bring that up, but I saw a different interview with Darius Rucker, and he said that his best friend, Kurt Nearwood, and him went to they were at one of those exhibits where you could pet the dolphins, and a dolphin bit his friend's hand off. In that
made him cry? When the Dolphins make me cry.
Yeah.
Wow, so he really shoehorned that into
I don't know if
romantic song.
I don't know if that is, he might just be making up all these different stories to throw people off. But I heard that Kurt Nearwood had his hand bit off when he was a child.
Kurt Nearwood, yeah. Well, Jesus,
very good friend of Darius Rucker.
Dolphins, their mouth is lined with tiny razor-sharp teeth. Mm-hmm. So
and
you got to really be careful.
Your hand, you're holding the fish. They don't know where the fish starts and your hand begins.
Right. Man. I was reading about how California is the first state to break the 50,000 COVID deaths mark. For anybody who, hey, you did it. It is the most populous state in the nation, so it was bound to happen. But
we did it, Joe.
They also have more than 3 million cases, so obviously as a percentage of the, not only the population, but also the cases, but they are the first state to pass 50,000 COVID deaths.
Is this going to
Gavin Newsom, boy, that guy's fighting for his life out there, too. Gavin Newsom and Andrew Cuomo, who earlier in the pandemic were like these heroes of their respective states. Yep. Andrew Cuomo apparently is another scumbag who's trying to make out with women who don't want to make out with him. And
was he trying to do I read a little bit about that. Was he doing strip tease?
I don't know what he's doing.
Strip poker or something with some employees.
What?
He's got some weird
I didn't hear that.
Well,
I guess that would explain the nipple piercings, though.
That's what I'm saying. If these can any of these accusers confirm the nipples? I want nipple ring confirmation.
They tell you not to judge a book by its cover, but you can put some pieces together that might bring a picture into clearer focus. And one of them is Andrew Cuomo, single guy, clearly keeps himself in good shape, right? A guy his age is not keeping himself in good shape just for no reason. So when somebody goes, yeah, I was one of his aides and he tried to make out with me or whatever, you go, okay, well, there's a couple of things that are coming into clearer focus there. And, when we rip on Ted Cruz or all these other, MAGA scumbags, I have all these people hit me up and they go, what about Andrew Cuomo? You're not talking about him. I'm like, get Andrew Cuomo out too. Why do you think I care about Andrew Cuomo? I do not. What, just because he's a liberal? I don't care. If he's making out with women who don't want to make out with him, get him out of there. What do I care? I don't live in New York.
Do you think Chris Cuomo will cover it on CNN on his show? That's his brother.
Boy, that's tough. You think about that. When Chris Cuomo, you got your own show. Yeah, and your brother has got a huge... I guess that's probably what you'd have to go with. You go, well, I don't want to be... Yeah, your excuse would be, I can't cover this even though it's news because I'm his brother.
He was having him on when he was like giving him the 411. Like it was a scoop then. Like, hey, I got connections. My brother's here, and he can give us all.
Well, but that was talking about COVID, though. I mean, you could make the case that was
It goes both ways. So you want to have him on when you're the first network to get certain classified information. But you don't want to have them on, or you don't want to talk about it. You want to recuse yourself when a scandal breaks out.
I take your point, but here's all I'll say is that those aren't the same situations, really. You're talking about a public health crisis when you're talking about COVID. Andrew Cuomo, your brother, is the governor of a state that has been the hardest hit by the pandemic at that point, and he's trying to do whatever he can do to mitigate that. So you're covering the news of a global pandemic. When it turns out that your brother's a skeeve, you're gonna fall back on, well, I couldn't be objective, so I can't have him on. And you're gonna take your hits, you're gonna take criticism, but that's what that job is anyway. Who cares? You think Chris Cuomo cares about people giving him a hard time? He doesn't care. So yeah, it obviously looks weird, and people are gonna troll you for that. But
I didn't know. I heard about the whole COVID thing, but also...
Well, because it started with the fact that they were covering up nursing home deaths.
And I'm not justifying that.
Which I still don't understand why you would do that, but...
I heard something as to why. He said he didn't trust... He said he had to, muffle the numbers. This is what...
Muffle the numbers?
Say they were smaller than what they were in order for it to look good under Trump. He said he did not trust the Trump administration to do what they were supposed to do. So he was saying... The way he phrased it, it kind of made sense. I'm sure it probably was like a PR thing that they,
Well, it's very obviously PR. But I just don't understand if you already have, because nursing homes nationwide were among the hardest hit. Those groups of people
were the most susceptible and
highest risk groups,
they're
right?
all in close contact with each other. And
right.
So it's going to
But what's
run through
10,000? We already knew New York City was the hardest hit. So what was the point of because they're off by 10,000, 20,000. At that point, not saying why do we care?
I don't know.
But what's 20,000 already when it's awful?
I mean, in Ohio, they said that they underreported the deaths by about 4,000. And I don't know that there was any implication. I don't think anybody was implying that was by design. But there are a lot of numbers being thrown around, and that's why people are so mistrustful of them or confused by them or whatever.
But didn't we say this at the time?
What's that?
We said this at the time. The numbers are probably higher. We didn't know because everyone was staying at home and scared for their life. But we said the numbers are probably going to be higher. They're underreporting.
Well, that's what medical professionals were saying. I mean, we don't know anything, but it stands to reason that you're probably going to have more than what are being reported in any state. That's not necessarily evidence of anything nefarious. They found out in New York that they were specifically underreporting nursing home deaths. Again, I don't know. I don't live in New York. But his star has fallen quite precipitously from being, the golden boy early on in the pandemic because all eyes were on New York because they were just getting hammered. And so he's on television every night. And, it's not hard to look like a good guy under those circumstances if you're doing the right thing or trying to do the right thing. But you had to know. It's not like this woman came out just out of the blue. You had to know that somebody was really trying to get her to go public because they don't like Andrew Cuomo.
When did she come out?
She put some posts on Medium that said, when I was his aide from week 1, he was trying to kiss me and all this kind of stuff.
And how long has he been?
Which is really, really gross.
She also, she made the allegations in December and then did elaborated on it recently, yesterday.
And how long has he been governor? Do you know?
Like a decade.
Ooh.
2011.
Oh.
10 or 11 or 12 around there is when he became governor. But his dad was governor. Mario Cuomo was, so... I don't, to hear him tell it, their dad was never home because he was always, he had to get to know his dad by working on one of his dad's campaigns. He was like 19 years old or something. So if your dad's mom or dad, if they're in politics, that's what it is. If you're Sarah Palin's kids at the time, you're not going to see her until they yank you out on stage to wave at everybody, and they're going to go put you back in the limo or whatever. And so,
if you're Ted Cruz's kid, you're like, who's this stranger trying to kiss me on camera?
He's the guy who took us to Mexico. Ted. I love how Ted Cruz blames us now for all that.
Of course.
Oh, it's the media because they've got Trump withdrawal, and so they want to make fun of someone else. That's me. How is it our fault that you went to Mexico? First, you throw your kids under the bus because you're too much of a pussy to go, kids, we can't go to Mexico because daddy has to stay here and do some work for his constituents. You can't say that.
Just a perfect example of the party of personal responsibility.
But that's the thing, though.
I mean, any civilian parent, forget being a senator, any civilian parent, they'd be like, because some people were making the argument, he did what anyone of means would do. If I had the money and I could get out of town, I would. And you go, yeah, but you're not a senator.
Mm-hmm.
You're not, they're right. There were plenty of other people on that plane going to Cancun to film Ted Cruz, but they weren't the senator for the state. So how is it our fault that you left? First it was his kids, and it was the neighbors. The neighbors are all a-holes for outing us in the texts. So it's everybody else's fault.
People saw you at the airport.
Yeah. What do I have to do with this? Why are you blaming me?
I mean, before all this happened, like before, I guess, Trump and like the beginning of Trump's presidency, the media or like right-wing media was so good at spin. Like I sometimes will watch it, I'm like, you know what? I never thought about it from that angle. And I'm like, I don't agree with it, but I can see why some people, that portion of the country would agree. Now it's like there's no spin at all. They're like, it's your fault. Like they don't try to, change it up or give a reason as to why. There's no rationalization. Nothing.
Well, that's simply because they had the benefit of 4 years of the whole fake news thing being hammered down everybody's throats. So after 4 years of that, when everyone's head is spinning, now they can just go, please, you guys, you're not, obviously leaving, people are like, what was he supposed to do? Fix the pipes?
You guys don't expect very little from your senator.
But that's the stuff I love. Because in this country, for whatever reason, we expect our elected representatives to suffer with us. Because optically,
and for us,
AOC represents the Bronx, and she raised $5 million for Texas in about 2 hours, and she goes down there.
Well, she was just doing that to own the GOP, though. She wasn't really doing it out of the goodness of her heart.
Well,
she just wanted to show them that.
That's what they're saying. But I'm just saying, not Tucker Carlson. He's one of the guys saying that. But Ted Cruz was on a plane, and she's raising money.
Well, what is he supposed to do? Who's going to? Honestly, I don't think his fundraising skills are as good as hers.
Probably, she's hotter. I would definitely give AOC money over Ted Cruz. I don't care if his people were suffering.
Listen, I sent money to Texas because I'm like, man, it's a bad situation down there. Bad news. So, yeah, the Andrew Cuomo thing is just real gross. It's gross. But again, I don't care. Yeah, I'm a liberal, but I don't care if you're a Democratic politician. If that's what you're doing, they got to get you out. Mm-hmm. It's gross.
But again, confirm those nipple piercings.
Yeah, strip poker. Like, I want to know details. I was like, does he look good? Is he hung?
People are reminding me that the Today Show had to cover Matt Lauer.
Oh yeah,
right.
That's right.
But those
not
were
a sibling.
But those were his right. They were his coworkers, like Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb or whoever else is on that show, had to just stare into the camera because they didn't know him that way. He wasn't hitting on them. To them, he was just like good old Matt. People were like, well, you had to know what was going on. I mean, the guy had like a door that locked and all this other crap.
I always mix that up with the morning show. Because
on Apple TV, because they basically...
it was basically that story, but they took some liberties with that story.
Steve Carell basically played like a Matt Lauer type.
Great show, though.
Great show.
Is Matt Lauer doing okay? He's
fine. He's got some new hot young chick, and he's got $40 million. He is just fine.
I didn't know if he was one of these people that had to get back on TV or do a podcast. Or...
Nope. No, because I think if you've got enough money, you're like, screw it. Yes, I would love to be on television, but you're toxic. Like, nobody's going to put Matt Lauer back on television. And the places that would absolutely want you aren't places you want to go. He's not going to go to Newsmax.
Right.
Place with no credibility. Like, say what you want about him personally, but he was a well-respected journalist guy.
I can start a woodworking company or something. He can do whatever he wants.
Matt Lauer's woodworking company. Yeah. I'm out here in the shed.
I've exposed my wood to many an intern, and now I want to expose you to my wood.
There you go. Check out my cross-cut saw.
The Cuomo brothers, they would always argue when they were doing those little updates about was mom's favorite. And I would love for Chris Cuomo to go and be like, well, it is confirmed breaking news. I am now mom's favorite.
Is mom still alive? That's the question.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. I'm now mom's favorite. Chris Cuomo has been told that his brother is... CNN has to be hands-off on his brother. Well, that's different than him interviewing them, though. I mean, CNN... Chris Cuomo can't tell the network what to cover. He can just say, I'm not going to do that on my show.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All these other shows, I mean, but you can just say, look, I've got to recuse myself here. The guy's my brother. Of course, I'm not going to ask him hardball questions about whether or not he tried to finger some AIDS. AOC is a lying fake who's obviously mentally ill. Well, you are a dope. She'll be president someday, and you'll be crying in your in your red baseball cap. But the fact remains that when Ted Cruz was on a plane, she was raising millions of dollars. And very quickly, by the way, whatever you think of her, that is the true test of your political weight and power, is how quickly you can raise money. And she raised millions of dollars in a couple hours.
And she makes...
That is heavy-duty power that far surpasses what her current position is.
She makes people like that texter so angry.
And I don't know why.
It's funny.
I don't know why.
They get worked up.
I mean, I know why. But, I mean, if you're being honest, if you're being, intellectually honest with yourself, I'm not quite sure why.
But I was like, no, it's not about that. It's about her policies and everything.
Right. Okay. Well, then I always say, well, name me 4 of her policies then that you don't like.
Being a woman.
The Green New Deal.
Being Latina.
Being a woman. I'll tell you what, ever since she came out as being a woman, I am a millennial. I am a one-issue voter, and that issue is not being a woman. How do you like that? No, but they're trying to get... Everybody was going to Miami just to be on the beach somewhere warm. People are flocking to Miami Beach to get away from the cold. And so the mayor is trying to tell people, look, you can't just run around and do whatever you want here because it's the only place in the country that's not 45 degrees. We're still trying... It is Florida, but we're kind of trying to keep people safe and whatever.
Snow everywhere. We left when it had snow everywhere. So we got here, the weather was perfect.
The warmth. That was the number one reason, is this is the warmest city in the country.
Totally crazy, more people in Miami for a spring break.
Well, if you're coming here because you think it's a sort of anything goes place, please turn around or go somewhere else.
Yeah, please go somewhere else.
Gentlemen, the city of Fort Lauderdale is once again under fire from the north. Now, Fort Lauderdale is not the only community to be invaded at this time.
Where's the beach?
Hey, man, where's the beach? I've got a beach ball and a picnic basket. But it did look fun in Florida, boy. Texas or not, when you're sitting somewhere where it's 25 degrees and it's 78 in Miami, take advantage of it while it's still above water. That's what I say. All right, let me break. You want to text 35192. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. And we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And WMMS.
Black Crowes on MMS tonight, by the way. I think yesterday I was mixing up the scheduling. I don't know how buzzards and crows get along in nature, but tonight, Black Crowes on the Buzzard. The 30th anniversary of Shake Your Moneymaker. That is out tomorrow. The Black Crowes iHeartRadio Live special is tonight, 8 o'clock, exclusively on MMS. Album turns 31 this month, but their reunion tour got completely sidelined by the Rona. All that time, the Robinson brothers weren't doing the same thing. They were playing their own music, and they weren't burying their hatchets. They finally make a big show about a year ago about kissing and making up, and they're going to go on the road, and the whole thing gets sidelined. So, Black Crowes tonight, 8 o'clock on MMS, and then that 30th anniversary package for Shake Your Moneymaker is going to be out tomorrow. Boy, this morning when I was reading about Gaga dogs, I was like, that sounds really delicious. I got to find out what that is because I saw it trending. And it turns out it's not Lady Gaga unveiling a line of encased meat wieners. But
you thought she was going to have a follow-up to the Oreos?
Yeah, I thought she was going to follow up to the Oreos. I thought maybe, these all these artists they're creatively kind of simultaneously frustrated because they can't go out and do the main thing they do, but they're also kind of liberated because they've got all this time now. And so I thought maybe she was following up the Oreos with some wieners, sausages or something. But it turns out that her dog walker got shot and her dog stolen.
Yeah.
This is
while
wild.
They're walking in West Hollywood. I still haven't seen what the guy's condition is. The cops...
They said he will recover.
He will. Guy got shot in the chest 4 times.
Oh, in the chest? I didn't know that.
Yeah. This is very crazy.
Yeah, but Ryan Fisher is Lady Gaga's dog walker. She's in Italy, and so he's walking her dogs in Los Angeles, her French bulldogs, where a couple of guys run up, shoot him in the chest, and take the dogs.
Did they know that they were Lady Gaga's dogs?
No.
They had to.
No, because...
Why are you going to steal dogs from a guy just walking dogs?
Because those dogs are expensive, and they can be resold.
But how did these... That's what I'm saying. They had to know something about something. I mean, the dogs might be worth something, but if they're Lady Gaga's dogs, they're worth a hell of a lot more. This could not have been random.
Yeah, until she's 6. This is the new chapter of Taken.
Poor dogs.
I have a certain set of skills.
Mm-hmm, but they're going to reboot it with Cesar Millan. Is that his name?
Oh, God.
Caesar Millan.
Cesar Millan.
Yeah, Cesar Millan.
My car is named after him.
He drives the Mercury Caesar Mulan. Lady Gaga's dogs, Koji, Miss Asia, and Gustavo were shot. I'm sorry, the guy was shot. 30-year-old Ryan Fisher was shot, not the dogs.
People still designer dogs like that, though.
That's what I'm saying. They're
my
expensive.
dog is like a dog that people would shoot me to get.
I don't think they knew who it was. Those type of dogs are in high demand.
But how did they know that they were those type of dogs?
Because they're bulldogs.
No, but there are a lot of different. There are a lot of
But they're
bulldogs.
French bulldogs. You can look at them and
know
go,
what they look
a
like.
French bulldog
You
is a
can?
little bulldog. Yeah.
Yes, they all look alike.
With the pointy, like you don't know what a French bulldog looks like.
Yeah,
just
but I
hearing
didn't.
it?
But there are so many bespoke dogs now that I didn't think they all looked alike.
And
that's why I thought they had to know the provenance of these dogs being Lady Gaga's.
Well,
and by the way, with all due respect, this is West Hollywood. So I thought maybe these guys knew that was Lady Gaga's dog walker.
Right, but I'm guessing what happened. Those dogs are staying with that guy because Lady Gaga doesn't live in West Hollywood.
Well, no, I mean he might be walking them in the neighborhood while she's on the move.
Oh, I see what you mean. The dogs are staying at his
The
place.
dogs are staying at his place.
Right.
He's not staying at Lady Gaga's place. Those dogs are staying with him. He's walking them in his neighborhood because, like Hollywood, West Hollywood, those places are in shambles. Downtown LA, I don't know if you guys have seen video, but like there's homeless people living on the sidewalks. Like they built shanty towns through
Skid Row is like a
areas,
huge. Yeah, it's like 20 square blocks.
Cecily Hotel.
The Cecil Hotel.
Cecil.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was watching the Netflix documentary. So yeah.
Yeah, boy, that was a real letdown. They shouldn't call that crime scene when there's no crime. Documentary is called Crime Scene at the Cecil Hotel. There was no crime.
They don't know.
I don't watch that one.
No, there's no evidence that was a crime. The girl was bipolar and on drugs or something, and she jumped into the water tank. I didn't realize that that's what that story was until we were about halfway through. And I go, oh, this is the chick they found in the water tank.
Oh, yeah, that was gross. I remember that.
But they don't know how they got in there. How she got in there.
Right, but there's no crime. They weren't investigating. Anyway, I digress.
Maybe she was having an aquamarine type moment.
So, and the one photo that they had of this dog walker was a really unfortunate one, too, because it's just him sitting in his living room with, like, shorts on and his legs crossed, and he has like these knee-high green striped socks on, and I'm like, couldn't find another photo of this. So they shot the guy in the chest 4 times. 2 of the dogs were stolen, and the 3rd dog ran away, and the police found that later on. But the dude, I guess the dude is Poundcake say he's going to recover. But holy cow!
Yeah, I was looking at the TMZ report. I watched it. Or I looked at it this morning while I was pooping.
So they said that the French bulldogs sell on average for about between $1,500 and $3,000.
See, and so how else are you going to see? Like, when are you going to see 4 of those dogs walking all at the same time? So he was like, "Screw the guy,
easy payday." Yeah,
yeah, we'll grab all these.
I must be pretty stupid then because I didn't know that those dogs were so expensive. Because I feel like you see them everywhere.
No, people are willing to pay.
They're
for
in
the
high
dogs,
demand. Yeah.
Right, but high demand doesn't necessarily... Well, okay. I mean, I guess I didn't realize that people were shelling out $1,500 on these dogs.
Bill did $2,000.
But he doesn't have a French bulldog.
But I have like a designer dog.
You got a designer, right? You got like a hybrid designer
and if
dog.
Someone saw that, and there was 4 of them, and Bill's away, whatever, and I'm walking by his apartment, someone will scoop me up.
I guess I wouldn't know that.
Well, there's people stealing dogs in this in Lakewood. This happened to somebody where their dog got stolen. Like they got mugged and their dog was stolen. That's what they were after.
Wow, I had no idea that was going on.
There's all sorts of people that are willing to steal dogs because then you can sell them quickly because people are like, oh yeah, I want this dog, and yeah.
Well, because I assume that they're easily stolen too, right? They're tiny. They're probably relatively docile.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how docile a French bulldog is.
No, but I mean, once they start mixing these breeds, they get a little soft in the noggin, right? Like they're just kind of looking at you like, duh.
I don't think so.
Oh, well.
I feel like it's the opposite.
No, the more they cross these breeds, the dumber they get.
No, the more purebred, the more problems they have because there's a lot of inbreeding that happens within the when they're trying to keep them pure.
Well, Lady Gaga's working on a movie in Rome, and she's offering $500,000 for the return of the dogs, no questions asked. So if you know anything...
If you're the one that stole, like, okay, here you go.
Here are those dogs. That's what they were going for anyway. That's a hell of a lot more than $1,500 a pop on those dogs. Hey, $500,000 for the dogs. Did you ever see the movie 7 Psychopaths? You ever see that movie?
I never saw that.
It was Sam Rockwell, Christopher Walken, and then Colin Farrell's in it. There's these dudes that, like, God, we watched it in a hotel room years ago, so we were high. I barely remember the premise, but had to do with kidnapping. This guy had a scam where he would kidnap dogs. I think it was Christopher Walken. And then he would go to the owner and say that he found the dog and collect the reward.
Smart.
And so that's what this is. You know, there's no questions asked.
But is that a scam, though?
Listen, there's going to be questions asked.
Yeah, right.
Lady Gaga didn't have any questions, but the cops are going to have questions.
The cops are going to have questions. I mean, they shot somebody.
Lady Gaga.
Somebody just messaged me and said they have a bulldog, an English bulldog that costs $4,000. So,
well, there you go.
I mean, there's expensive dogs.
I guess I underestimate how much people are willing to overpay for dogs.
But they're old, though. Like, I mean, you don't know what age these dogs are. So, I mean, if you're buying a...
You're not worried about that if you're just trying to flip dogs on the black market.
Dogs.
That's what they're trying to do. They're not stealing these dogs for themselves. They're trying to make a quick buck.
Oh,
so,
probably
imagine... So then imagine these guys didn't know that they were her dogs. They have fallen ass backwards into $500,000 instead of...
But they have to do it right so they don't get picked up by the cops either. Like you said... Lady Gaga's not going to ask questions, but the cops are going to have questions.
Well, right, but you find a pal who has no connection to the crime scene at all, and you go, hey.
But then you have to trust that pal to give you the money.
And not snitch.
Venmo it to me.
Because I saw on TMZ they left an email link.
Poundcake would snitch.
I'm not snitching. I don't want to be involved. I don't want your blood money.
They left an email link for her to pay up?
On TMZ, when I reading it while I was pooping, and there's like a email that they have. I'm like, I didn't even click on it because I'm like, they're gonna like track this. Like, what? Who's gonna email like, hey, got the pups? When can I drop them by? Like round 3? Can I pull up?
Hit me up at gagastolendogs@hotmail.com.
Just makes me sad though, because I mean, you talk about. When I was reading the story and I was like looking at the comments underneath, I'm like, no one gave a crap about the guy getting shot. They're like, it happens. It's West Hollywood. But they're like, the puppies. Oh my God, I can't believe this. Who would harm?
Well, because people care way more about animals than people.
Absolutely.
I feel worse for the guy that got shot 4 times personally, but I also get the whole thing. Like, you don't want your dog stolen. Also, Lady Gaga, why aren't you taking your dogs with you to shoot the movie?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, why don't you fly the dog walker over to Rome with you? Mm-hmm. That's probably protocols and stuff. Alan, I had my puppy stolen years ago from inside my house.
Yeah, see, people are crazy about those.
Our dog got stolen. Purebred.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and the lady across the street pretended it was her dog, right?
Yeah, and we had... yeah, my mom gonna give her the... not the deed, but whatever it was, the birth certificate.
The papers.
Yeah, my mom gave it to her.
Yeah, that's so screwed up.
Taking her out at nighttime.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't see.
It just seems like so much work for a dog that's not yours. You got to take it out at night. You got to hope that nobody sees. You're right across the street. You've stolen your neighbor's dog. Like, what dog is worth that? They wanted a dog that badly to go through all that rigmarole? All right, now for the next 10 years, we can only walk this thing in the nighttime. Well, what if it wants to go out in the daytime? Yep, you got to poop right there on the kitchen floor. Sorry, we can't let the Browns find out that we have their dog. It's a crazy story.
Yeah, it was pretty sad. BB.
Oh, BB.
I'm sure she's dead now.
Well, you're just a ray of sunshine today.
Hey, he's just playing the odds. Mm-hmm. How old was BB at the time?
Oh, hell, I don't know. I don't even remember what age I was. I was at, like, my original house. It had to be maybe 9 or 10.
Yeah, BB did.
So you're not going to go to the APL and find a French bulldog?
Not really, no.
Yeah.
Unless it's like missing an eye or a leg or something.
So are you saying that cuts into its value? If you have a French bulldog with an eye patch, I think that would add to its value.
Maybe in some circles, but I think...
I just don't like... it doesn't bother me that those dogs are so expensive because I would never buy one anyway because I just don't find them to be attractive dogs. They just like...
He likes hot dogs. Hot kids, hot dogs.
Well, not even that. Just like these dogs that like are constantly snorting and drooling and they breathe like they're snoring like an old Sicilian man. And I'm like, oh, God, what is exactly is the attractive part of this dog again?
Yeah, they're cute to some people.
Are they? Yeah,
to some people.
Clearly to some people. Yeah, I understand that. Everything is cute to somebody.
Like the ugly cute, like a pug. People like the pugs because they're just weird and silly.
Oh, God, no.
They're just weird dogs.
Ugly cute. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not a pug guy.
What's cute about that? No.
I don't know.
Ugh.
I know, but some people love them. But they also have like a certain disposition that people enjoy.
Alan, we paid $1,800 for a Staffordshire Bull Terrier, and he will go with anybody. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
My dog's not going to go with anybody. My dog, if you're walking on the other side of the street, my dog's barking at you. So it's like, my dog's not going with anybody but us.
My dog knows certain people, but like even if my mom tried to take my dog for a walk one day when I was around, and if I'm around, my dog wants to be with me.
Yeah.
Because I'm the alpha.
People are telling me that the video of that guy getting shot, there's only one gunshot sound on there. I mean, I'll take their word for the fact that he was shot more than once.
So what, they're thinking it's a conspiracy?
I think it's more likely. Well, who knows? I mean, there's nothing saying that the dog walker wasn't in on it. Maybe that's what they're implying.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
How do you know? You don't know.
You don't know? $500,000?
You don't know that. Maybe he fell on hard times. Maybe they're going to find out that the guy was...
You really got to trust your friend to get the right spot in your chest. Like, shot in the chest.
Maybe he was wearing a vest.
He wasn't.
Well, you certainly know a lot about what was going on there. but actually being there. All I'm saying is,
what caliber?
I think it's
gun
probably
was
more.
it?
I think it's probably more likely. I mean, sound drops out in video all the time.
Yeah,
but who knows? What if they find out this guy's in on it?
No questions asked.
Then he's going to jail.
No questions asked. Going to jail for what?
Conspiracy?
You got no murder weapon.
Conspiracy to kidnap dogs.
He's not dead.
Okay.
I mean, I think you're right that you could get him on something, but what? If he
jaywalking.
It's West Hollywood, Bill. It's gay walking. I mean, if he's in on it, what are they going to get him on?
Well, it's conspiracy, I think.
If they determine...
Falsifying a police report?
Yep. Yeah, okay. So they get him on that.
Littering for the casing that hit the ground? I don't know.
There you go. Yeah, they go, oh, it's... by this time, they've got $500,000 in the bank. And what, they got a $2,000 fine?
I don't have a friend that I would trust to shoot me. Like, I'd be like, hey, Erica, okay, make sure you get the spot right here, because this is the spot.
I don't think he's in on it either. Not when you get shot in the chest. If you got shot in the leg, maybe. But shooting somebody in the chest is risky business.
Right.
He doesn't.
Now give me your dog.
Can't trust me. That's right.
You said you were going to shoot me once. Take the dog.
Take the dog. Please just take the dog. Please.
Nothing calms a dog down. Nothing calms a dog down like a gunshot, too. Trying to wrangle dogs that just
That's why
by gunshots.
That's why the third dog ran away.
Bet you he was booking it, too.
Yep.
He's like, I don't never run this fast in Mama's mansion.
This tiny little feet trying to get him across Santa Monica Boulevard.
He booking. Could you imagine like driving down and you're like, wow, that dog is booking it.
Yeah.
And then there's just a guy laying on the ground, but like, did you see the dog?
Buckeye Bulldog Rescue has French bulldogs for adoption. A lot of them rescued from China and from overbreeding. Yeah, once a dog gets popular, boy, they just go to the well over and over and over
Give
again.
them all. Give them all to me. Like, I can't walk in a place like that. There was a shelter right down the road from my old apartment, and me and my roommate had to stop ourselves from going in there because it was right across the street from a gay bar. He's like, well, the shelter's not closed, is it? I'm like, we're not going in there because we will come back with like 4 puppies, a cat, and a turtle. Like, we can't do that.
Yeah. Alan, the 2 dog nappers were also wearing MAGA hats and put a noose around the dog's neck. Oh, it's another Jussie Smollett. Oh, no. Jussie. Justice for Jussie. Little French bulldog Jussie ran away. He was just had a little Subway sandwich on his back. 2 a.m.
No one believes anything anymore. And it's our own fault. It's our own fault.
Because there are a billion sources of information. So if you have access to the video, you can watch the video. Maybe you know one of the cops, and who knows? There is still truth. There are still facts in any situation. You can't bend everything to you. You can't bend reality to your will.
Yeah, I'd be pissed though. Just tra-la-la, got my little dogs.
Tra-la-la.
See, probably
tra-la-la.
He probably listened to Chromatic.
Maybe this guy was telegraphing. Maybe he told See, this just sounds like an inside thing to me. Not that he was in on it, but this is probably a guy who tells everyone he knows that he's got Lady Gaga's dogs.
Yeah, that I could see.
He said it around the wrong people, and they were
NDA.
like, we're getting paid, son. Him and the NDAs.
You gotta get those NDAs. Hey, in this case, you can't tell anybody you're my dog walker. Makes sense. You don't want people stealing your dogs.
Well, I'll tell you what. I bet she didn't consider that. I bet she didn't consider that she had to have her dog walker sign a non-disclosure agreement.
Make my daughter sign an NDA because she's watching my dog today.
Just put your palm on it.
Ah, boy. Yeah, well,
walk it around like your gated community. Like, have your dogs be at your house. People act like they don't have she doesn't have assistants that come in while she's gone, or like have the doorman in your apartment. Concierge service, like they do that stuff. Walk your dog.
I don't know. Doesn't Ryan Dalton live in West Hollywood? Maybe he's got some inside information on this.
We can hit him up.
Anybody talk to him? Hey, what's that dog I hear barking in the background?
I'll text him. I'll see if he can call in.
I just want
Well, he doesn't have to call in. I mean,
I want to hear what he has to say about it.
But he might have no information. He might go,
Ryan Dalton's always got some information. All right.
We'll
I want to hit up the link that was on TMZ, the email, and just like, tax-free $500,000? Like, just question mark?
I think you have audio of him coming to a realization since he's been in West Hollywood, though.
Yay!
Mm-hmm. Ryan, how are you?
Yay! Yay!
Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, you can watch the show at alancoxshow.com, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Your afternoon drive.
WMMS.
Two 578-1007. 800-348-1007 to join us live. 35192. Send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Got the live stream there for you if you want to watch. The brand new Poundcake is up there for you as well. A little typo in your description, Poundcake.
What part?
Here, let me pick up Ryan Dalton here. Is that you, Ryan?
Good morning.
Hold on, man. Did you look at your hot takes? Did you look at the bio or the description for this week's Poundcake?
I mean, I wrote it. I didn't look at it yet.
This week's Poundcake, first of all, features his hashtag hot takes on all things pop culture. Kimye divorcing, Super Bowl halftime, framing Britney Spears, Tiger's car accident, and will we finally get another Rihanna album in 2021? Hear it all now. H-E-R-E. It all now. Oh. Hear it all now.
No, hear it. It's all here.
It's all here. Here, comma, it all, comma, now. Here, it all now. It all here now.
It's like a redneck Yoda.
On the Poundcake. So there you go. Ryan Dalton, of course, a world-renowned stand-up comedian. Pride of Northeast Ohio, but decamped to Los Angeles many years ago, West Hollywood resident now, and we're hoping, Ryan, that you had zero to do with the Lady Gaga dog napping.
Well, first off, I didn't have anything to do with that, although it was a good idea, and I was hungry at 9:40, so that's not a bad snack.
Uh-huh, right? Sure.
Right.
Did this happen anywhere near where you live?
It happened a few miles, like about 3 miles where I am. I know exactly the area, and it's like a nice area. Not an area where, well, I have the Citizen app now. I don't know if you've downloaded it. It basically lets you know where all your fears are being answered. It tells you all the crime going. It helps you give a name to the bump of the night, and so I have it. And usually the crimes that happen around me, you're like, well, it's very dangerous in those areas. But where this has taken place it just went off right now. Is creepy because it's such a nice area, and that leads you to believe that somebody was camping out waiting for this dog walker to come.
Oh, wait. See, that's what we were trying to figure out, if they knew or not that these were Lady Gaga's dogs. That's what I said, and these guys told me I was crazy.
No. Let me tell you something. If you're going to pull out a pistol and shoot someone, the crime needs to be quick. You're not looking to all of a sudden go, hey, give me all your money, and by the way, I'm going to babysit those dogs.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, yeah. By the way, are you calling me from the flight path at LAX or what? It sounds a little noisy where you are.
Yes, there's a lot. I'm sorry. I'll go back inside. This is my yoga time.
Oh, I'm
sorry about that, guys.
Sorry to interrupt it, Ryan.
Sorry, it's downward facing Dalton once you get to,
I'll go back inside. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I wanted to make sure you were okay and not broken down in the side of the 405.
It's fine. I have a few. I live in a gated community. I'm very fine.
Oh, wow. Look, I didn't think there were any gates until Doheny. Wow, you're doing pretty well.
I mean, they're gates that I made from scrap metal to keep the insane people off my front door. But
yeah, how are those working? Yeah, okay.
They're working. Well, they're working at a very basic level. Usually, the insane people that live on my street, they'll make it as far as the driveway before they pass out on heroin or whatever they.
Sure, whatever they like to pass out on, whatever the drug du jour is. Do you have one of those signs?
There's a lot out there.
Do you have one of those signs that say "Forget the dog, beware of owner"?
No, I have a sign that says "armed." That's it. It's vague. You don't know what I'm armed with. It just says "armed."
They don't know you're armed with humor.
Yes, jokes.
Armed with jokes.
Nonstop jokes.
I don't think I've spoken to you for a while. How have you dealt with not being able to get on stage or being homebound or whatever it's been for you?
Oh, I started this pandemic like most people as one thing, and it turned into something else. When this started, I was a stand-up comedian who lied about acting.
Right.
Now, I am a gardener, I am a chef, and I am a hummingbird wrangler. That's what I do.
And the hard part about that is you have to learn to run backwards.
Yes, and let me tell you something. You laugh it all up, but when I finally have my armor of hummingbirds, or as I like to call them, nature's drones, you won't be laughing then, will you?
No, I won't. I mean, around these parts, we believe that all birds are drones. So it's redundant to say that you've got an army of bird drones.
Yes. Well, I'm ready, and I've got about 5 different feeders up, and I'm telling you right now, any moment now they'll do my bidding. I can become the supervillain I've always wanted to become. But I was doing a comedy show out here outdoors for a while, but then in LA County it just got really, really bad, and I stopped producing that show, and we're kind of just waiting for things to kind of ease up a little bit here so we can get back out there, because it's been pretty brutal here.
Yeah, because talking to other friends of mine out there along the way, they're like, we technically never got out of the first lockdown, so it's been pretty bleak.
Yeah. I mean, I'm lucky I have a front yard. A lot of people live in apartments and are stuck in there, so I get to go outside and at least, and the weather's nice, so I can exercise and stuff. I really feel bad for everybody who is in quarantine, and then on top of it, they have the winter to deal with. So it's not been terrible, but it's all right. I'm just not doing the thing that I decided to do with my life for the last few months, so I'm going a little crazy.
Understood. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to, as you're the only West Hollywood resident I know, I just wanted to not only check in on you, but also confirm unequivocally that you didn't know, in case the fuzz comes looking for you, that you didn't know anything about this Lady Gaga dog napping.
Here's an interesting note. She's ponying up $500,000 to get these dogs back. Not $1 to find the shooter.
Right.
Same person.
That's why we wondered if it was
an dog person.
Well, baby steps. She figures that the LAPD will handle the crime part of it. She wants the dog napping part of it to be the reward.
Yeah, I don't get it. French bulldogs aren't even that rare. They're like the state dog of Southern California.
Well, that's what these guys were telling me. That's why they're so expensive, because they're high demand. And I'm like, I feel like I see them all the time. I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to what dogs cost. But
how much would you pay for Rusty?
Oh, are you kidding me? We anything. Ashley would sacrifice me and she watched me die in front of her just to get the dog back.
He's worth it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you get back to your yoga, Ryan, and I appreciate you taking a second for us.
No problem, man. I got to do some more bird watching, so I got to get back to that.
Give the lovely Mrs. D a smooch from us, okay?
Will do, buddy.
All right,
Take
pal.
care.
There's Ryan Dalton, who is out there in West Hollywood, and good. I just wanted to make sure so that we all know, we can be resolute in the knowledge that he had nothing to do with the Lady Gaga kidnapping. Dog napping.
I haven't talked to Ryan in a few months. We did a Zoom with me and him and Mike Beater and Jim Tews a few months ago, and that was a good time. I need to get back in touch with him.
Sure. He did bring up a good point, though. Not one thin gilder offered to find the shooters of her dog walker.
She must not like that dog walker all that much, and that also might lead to the suspicion that he was in on it.
But maybe the $500,000 is for all of it.
Yeah.
Probably. Hey, find out who the guys are, get the dogs.
Maybe, but...
All right.
I mean, if you're trying to get the shooter, you're asking questions.
Right. But she is doing a movie overseas, and maybe it's a time zone issue.
I don't know.
Maybe she can't figure out the time difference. Maybe that's what it is. It's like, what is it, Wednesday over there, and it's Tuesday over here?
She just wants her dogs back.
Yeah, I can't figure it out. Poundcake, did you see the Taco Bell chicken sandwich taco?
No.
They're rolling out. Oh, this looks Popeyes has already been trolling Taco Bell. They're like, yeah, buy one of our chicken sandwiches, take the buns, cut the chicken in half, fold the bun, and you got the chicken taco. But Taco Bell is basically rolling out it looks like a taco. It's like a big slab of chicken in like a folded up flatbread or whatever. Some peppers on it. Oh, man.
That looks nice.
It looks good. It's got like
pickles,
the breaded chicken
jalapenos.
with jalapeno and in a shell of puffy bread.
I like that puffy bread, and I like that orange sauce that they have on there. I don't know what
The Chipotle sauce, the spicy Chipotle. Yeah, it's
that's
pretty
good
good.
Sauce.
Yep.
Is that the sauce that they have in the quesadillas? Because that's my stuff.
I don't know about that, but I know you can buy the Taco Bell sauces in the store. You can buy
When they're not sold out.
You can buy the
Baja sauce.
Yeah.
and the
Yep.
Chipotle sauce. Yeah, they're very good.
So they're rolling these out March 11th in Nashville and Charlotte. We've got bureau chiefs in both of those places. So if you get one of these before we do, make sure you clue us in as to how it is. But the rest of the country will get it later this year. But obviously all of the chicken joints are making fun of Taco Bell. But Taco Bell...
They're going to be the last ones laughing.
They're laughing all the way to El Bunco.
They're like, you guys are using real chicken. We're cutting corners, saving money, so we don't got to worry about it.
Yeah.
I love Taco Bell. I'm excited for the potatoes to come back.
I have not had Taco Bell in some time.
I don't have it very often, but it's one of those things you have every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little treat. And when they have those potatoes back, I think they're coming back around St. Patrick's Day, so maybe they'll have like a corned beef taco.
You would have been able to go to Taco Bell had you got your gift card that someone stole. There's thieves everywhere.
Who are you talking to? Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why I offered a $500,000 reward.
For a $15 gift card.
Well, I didn't know how much it was worth because, I didn't know how much it was worth.
That's half your net worth, man. You
don't know what my net worth is.
According to Celebrity Net Worth, your net worth is $1 million.
I don't think that they're talking about me. There are multiple people named Alan Cox. They're probably not talking. Oh, my picture?
Mm-hmm.
That can't be right.
And
it's Alan Cox of 100.7 WMMS, and now it's
what is
net
my
worth?
Net worth?
Net worth of $3 million.
Hey!
To this one, so it's going up.
All right, let me
so
look.
it's not half your net worth. So you can spare the $500,000.
$3 million. It's got my CV, but it doesn't have a picture of me.
It did.
Oh.
I don't know. They must have taken it down, but it's you.
So they took that down, but they left my net worth of $3 million.
Well, that was updated.
Ooh,
so.
I'm in richest DJs.
Up there with David Guetta.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's me and Avicii.
Avocado.
But he did, right?
Yeah,
Avicii's the guy stabbed himself in the throat.
Wine bottle, yeah.
Yeah. Well, now I want to know who the other richest DJs are.
How much is Rover's net worth?
No clue. Oh, is it on here?
If you're on here, I'm sure he's on there.
Range Rover.
Probably have to put in his real name.
Oh, yeah?
Probably.
What is it, Shane?
Yeah.
It doesn't say anything. Yeah. Well, this is all made up, though. I mean...
Found it.
Well, how'd you find it?
This is all he does.
I'm using
his life.
But I'm
he
using
had it bookmarked.
But I'm using the same letters you're using.
Apparently, you're not. It says Shane French's salary is $1.4 million, and his net worth is $10 million.
Man, good for him.
American syndicated hot talk comedy radio show.
Sure, there you go.
Uh-huh.
All right. He owns a $1 million yacht, several cars that are worth $150K a piece.
Well, this isn't updated because he sold the yacht, didn't he? I thought he sold his boat.
2 houses in Ohio and a luxury condo in Miami. Man, he's killing it.
Miami.
Right?
A yacht. Not even a boat. A yacht.
Man. They are seriously underpaying me here. I mean, I know that, but, you know.
If it makes you feel any better, his picture's not on here either. It's a big question mark, too.
Well, we are big question marks, you know? I mean, we're to the public, we are enigmas wrapped in a riddle, wrapped in a mystery, you know? As much as we talk about ourselves and divulge our deepest, darkest secrets, we're still just big question marks. I don't know. Alan, maybe Lady Gaga's in on it and just trying to get a new dog walker. I mean, I imagine she could have fired the guy, too.
Yeah, she's not good with confrontation.
You imagine that? I really don't like confrontation. Could you get out there and shoot the guy 4 times in the chest?
Well, it's like people that have the anxiety where they don't want to pick up the phone. She's got anxiety about firing people, so she's like, could you just murder him?
Yeah. I meant fire him, not fire at him into his chest. Alan, I think Poundcake took your Taco Bell gift card. He bought it for me. Why would he take it? He could have just kept it.
conspiracy. That's the thing. People don't believe anything.
Yeah. And by the way, with all due respect to Rover, and I don't know what the actual situation is, but I think of like Lil Wayne, I think of J-Lo. Why would anyone buy a condo in Miami right now? The city's going to be underwater in 5 years.
Not all of it.
The places where people are buying condos, they're not buying inland condos. They're buying them on the beach.
Well, maybe
they're buying like oceanfront condos. I don't understand why people are doing this.
Get the insurance on it though, and then when it falls into the ocean,
get your money.
Day.
But you don't. All these insurance companies are like, nope, we're not covering those things anymore. They won't even cover them because the writing is on the wall.
How can you not cover something?
These are going to be,
but it just says it's
insurance companies can do whatever they want to do. They're like, hey, I put in a claim for a tornado. Nope, act of God.
But it just says it's a luxury condo in Miami. It does not say waterfront.
But if you're going to buy a place, you're going to buy it on the water.
But
you're
he might not
have.
He might have just wanted a luxury place to hang out.
And it could be a tower. It could be like a penthouse. So, I mean, the bottom floors might get a little wet, but
you got to come in with a snorkel.
his penthouse is probably just fine.
But you've got to go in the ground floor to get in the elevator to get up to your penthouse. If it's underwater.
If you have a helipad.
Yeah, right.
And you go through the roof and you go right to your...
Yeah, you got jet ski parking. It's very convenient.
Every time you
eventually the water gets high enough to it so that it's just like right on the water.
I see.
You can dive off the balcony into the ocean.
You're on the new coastline.
Right onto your boat.
See, that's good thinking. You buy it a little bit inward because you're going to be the new coast in 5 years. Yeah, that's pretty smart. You get in. You got to put on a frogman suit just to get into your building. Scuba gear.
Also, they don't even mention his bus. They mention a yacht that he sold, but talk about his bus.
But does he own the bus? I thought the company owned the bus.
I think his company owns the bus.
Oh,
with
I
this
see.
Company. I don't know, but still throw it in there. Give him credit for it.
Man,
he's got his face on it.
Good for him. Okay, I've got to... No, I don't have to take a break, do I?
Not yet.
Not yet. I got a couple of minutes here.
You got all excited.
Well, no, I'll tell you
Ryan
what.
Dalton, and you get all excited.
I did.
Take a commercial break.
But we were talking about Miami before, where everybody's going to Miami Beach to get out of the cold. And I love the story that I was reading today, that because of the vaccines and who are getting them, spring break is for old people this year. 65's the new 20. Like a lot of colleges have canceled spring break. Ohio State has canceled spring break. They're like, we're going to have, like Boston College, OSU are canceling spring break and telling people, oh, there's not going to be spring break. There's going to be instructional breaks where there won't be any classes, but it's not, wink, wink. Of course, people are going to still go on spring break. But it's all the old people who've gotten vaccinated who have just as much cabin fever as the rest of us. And so if you are going to be going to a beach for spring break, you're most likely going to be running into a lot of old people, a lot of vaccinated senior citizens.
Granny's gone wild.
Yes. They're booking up beach condo slots. They're booking flights. They're booking everything.
There's going to be no handicap parking.
Nope.
That would be amazing just to see like Senor Frogs, but it's just a bunch of like old people.
Yeah.
Just rocking out.
Yep. My parents had a trip booked to Hawaii last year that they postponed, and they're planning to do it this summer or this spring or something. They're planning to go.
Talking about they got their points that they got to use. We got to use these points. They're going to expire, so we got to go somewhere. They travel a lot too.
Good for them. So you're going to be if you're going to be going to spring break, and it's probably going to be Florida. I mean, that's the place that for now you seem to be able to count on the weather. You can't really count on the weather anymore anywhere.
But it's still not safe.
It's boomer break.
But if they're vaccinated, if these old people have gotten their shots, they're like, this is why we wanted to get shots, because we want to get out of the house.
And they're outside.
And they're outside,
She's like, we got our shots, now we taking shots.
Mm-hmm. That's right. So good on them. But just caveat emptor. I mean, if you're somebody who's going to be heading down there, we usually go to Florida for spring break. We'll take a week and go down.
Or whatever it's called.
What's that?
Detson? What's that?
Detson?
What's the island that you go to just off the coast?
Well, we went to Amelia Island. We didn't go to...
What am I thinking of?
Not me. We went to Orlando.
You went there one time and like and you saw your daughter there.
Yeah, that was Amelia Island.
Okay, but isn't it near something like that, like Destin? Or
There's a city
Destin?
called Destin.
Destin, yeah, that's what it is. Destin.
But Amelia Island is like right off. It's like right over the Georgia border. Destin is like in the Panhandle.
What were the odds that you would run into? I mean, I know she was staying in the same city at the exact same time, but why?
Very, because she went down with a friend of hers and their family.
And they just happen to have the same.
Yeah, Amelia Island's on the ocean side, and Destin's the Gulf side. Yeah.
Okay.
So odd. That's
It
cool.
was so strange, but it was so awesome. They were literally like a couple condos down from where we were, purely by coincidence. If Mary were here, she would have called it fate.
She was meant to be with you there. It was supposed to be.
Well, that I will put some faith in. Okay, I got a break. I'm going to have another $1,000 for you at 4:30. Next chance for you to grab the buck ton of cash. So be listening for that keyword. If you want to text 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
866-578-1007. 800-348-1007. Join us live. 35192 on a text me. I have another $1,000 for you in about 10 minutes. 4:30 is going to be the next chance. One of these keywords for you. You got about a dozen chances tomorrow. Tomorrow's the last day. I'll start in the 7 o'clock hour with Rover. I go until 9:30 tomorrow, and then the remainder of today. So you still got a dozen plus chances to win this round of a buck ton of cash. So keep your ears peeled for those. Next one here, like I said, about 10 minutes or so. If you listen to this show on iHeartRadio from somewhere outside of Ohio, tell me where you do that. Lenny listens in Gilbert, Arizona. Anthony is a bureau chief in Autryville, North Carolina. Craig is in Phoenix. Kyle is in Nashville. Derek listens in Cottonwood Heights, Utah. And Rachel listens in Milwaukee. Robin is one of our bureau chiefs in Toronto. So thank you, one and all. If you go to WMMS.com or AlanCoxShow.com, you can pre-order a couple of new pieces from Cleveland Clothing Company. A couple brand new Buzzard shirts are available for pre-sale. You still have a couple days left to use the code word LOVER for 20% off. That's your promo code in February. We've got the St. Patty's Day t-shirt, the Shamrock and Roll Buzzard tee, which is a pretty good-looking t-shirt. I like that kind of heathery green color.
Yeah, it's nice.
Anytime I get a t-shirt with that, it looks awesome. And also, we built this city on Rock and Roll Buzzard tee. That is a shirt that will benefit the Cleveland Versus Foundation, which supports local performers and local venue employees who've been especially hit by the pandemic. So both of those and many more Buzzard tees and all manner of Cleveland clothing available for you. If you go to WMMS.com, click on the menu and find the Buzzard merch tab and pre-order those. And you can add them to your repertoire. I saw that Don Johnson was... Did you see that Don Johnson was trending this morning?
I did not see that, no.
Are you watching the Kenan Thompson show on NBC?
I watched the first episode.
I think it's really funny.
I like the first one. I haven't watched the second one that aired, Tuesday?
Yeah, I think.
So I haven't caught up with episode 2, but I liked the first episode a lot.
Kenan Thompson and Chris Redd, both from Saturday Night Live, they got a new sitcom. It's called Kenan, and he's a morning TV host in Atlanta. He's a widower. That's a really common theme now, by the way. The dad with kids whose mom died.
I mean, that goes all the way back to Full House.
Is that what the premise of that show was?
Mm-hmm.
The mom was dead?
Yeah.
I thought Lori Loughlin was the mom.
Nope. She was Uncle Jesse's love interest, became Aunt Becky.
Okay.
So
Saget's wife was dead?
Saget's wife was dead.
And the girls were his?
Yes.
Okay.
And then he called on Saget, his sister-in-law, or his brother-in-law, Jesse, and his friend Joey to help him raise the girls.
Okay.
Because he couldn't do it all by himself.
Same thing with Kenan.
Yeah.
But his father-in-law is Don Johnson. His wife was biracial, and he, and Don Johnson, I've always liked Don Johnson. I just think he's, I don't know, I like him in stuff. He was in Watchmen, and he was great.
He's great.
He's good in funny stuff. He's good in dramatic stuff.
He played Kenny Powers' dad on...
Right, Eastbound and Down.
Eastbound and Down, yeah. He was very funny in Django.
Oh, right, he's like the plantation guy or something? Right. I was way into Miami Vice as a kid, so he was Sonny Crockett. He had a show in the mid-'90s called Nash Bridges that I didn't watch, but loved Miami Vice when I was a kid. I mean, that obviously is what made Don Johnson like an international superstar. I always felt bad for Philip Michael Thomas, who played Tubbs on that show. Because Don Johnson, it's an understatement to say he got the lion's share of the attention. When Miami Vice went off the air, Don Johnson went right back to making movies. Philip Michael Thomas was doing Call the Psychic Friends Network. You'd see him on late-night television.
They named him Tubbs.
Tubbs!
Don't call him Tubbs. Give him a cooler name. Yeah, Sonny Crockett, that's a cool name. And then Tubbs?
Ricardo Tubbs.
Nobody called him Ricardo.
That balances it out. They call him Rico. Rico Tubbs.
Rico's good. Drop the Tubbs.
I thought Tubbs was weird.
Tubbs is a weird name.
Yeah, Sonny Crockett lived on a boat. He had an alligator named Elvis. It was a whole big thing. But it was right in the middle of the MTV thing, so it worked out perfectly. I can't imagine how many people joined the police force in the 80s thinking that they were going to wear $1,000 suits and drive Lamborghinis, because that was what it had no reflection of reality whatsoever.
Right.
They made a movie years ago with Colin Farrell and Jamie Foxx that was pretty good. Michael Mann directed it, and he got his start directing a lot of, didn't get his start, but he directed like Miami Vice episodes. Anyway, so I get up early this morning and I see Don Johnson trending. I'm like, ooh, what's going on? What's Don Johnson do? Are people loving him in Kenan? No, it's because there is a senator, he's a MAGA senator from Wisconsin, this guy Ron Johnson, who in these Senate cabinet confirmation hearings is still going full tilt. It was Antifa at the Capitol riot, despite that
they're identifying everybody that was there.
Well, not only that, but like the people who were there were shooting video going, they're saying it's Antifa, but it's not, it's us.
Right.
We love Trump.
There's a lot of evidence.
Yeah, so Brian Williams calls this guy Ron Anon Johnson from Wisconsin, and Nancy Pelosi called him Don Johnson, which is a pretty slick move where you pretend you don't know the person's name. It's a Ron Swanson move.
I've always hated that. I always thought that was that sounds real stupid, I think.
Well, she called him Don Johnson.
All right, well.
Don Johnson. Was his first name Don? What is it, Ron? Well, Senator, let me call him. Not Miami Vice or anything like that, Don Johnson.
But that's the move that Ron Swanson used to pull on Parks and Rec.
That's if he was getting too chummy with
someone. Right, anytime somebody gets too chummy with me, I pretend I don't know their name, and that throws them off.
Did you think Nancy Pelosi was a piece back in the day?
She was a huge piece.
Okay, just making sure you thought so too.
They showed an old photo of her, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, you can see shades of it now if you're into that, you can see.
For 80 years old, she's
80?
She's 80.
She's 80. Oof. She has a nice little body on her.
Oh, she's got some jugs.
I haven't looked that closely, but I mean, okay. I saw a picture of her from like the 60s or something. I was like, hey, all right.
I'm telling you, her and Judge Judy, they aged well.
Judge Judy did?
Judge Judy was in a bikini. Like, they showed it on Wendy Williams. And, like, she was, like, in a nice little negligee.
Huh.
And I was like, okay.
I just thought Judge Judy kind of looked like F. Murray Abraham in a wig.
Yeah.
Well, now we have to look that up.
It's more Andrea Mitchell over at NBC. Looks like F. Murray Abraham in a wig. He was Salieri in Amadeus. But so that's why Don Johnson was trending. I was like, oh, I thought he was doing something new. By the way, Don Johnson, back in the day, because he started doing movies when he was real young. He did this movie called A Boy and His Dog that was this sci-fi thing about a post-apocalyptic dude with a talking dog who just goes around and rapes girls. So it's like, they're probably not going to reboot that movie. But Don Johnson, this guy was a legendary swordsman back in the day. And he liked them young, too. I don't know if they talk about it. He's been married he married Melanie Griffith on 2 different occasions, but he met her when she was 14 and he was 22.
Whoa.
And she moved in with him when she was 15, but they waited until she was 18 to do stuff. This guy put it in everybody.
I love the way you say things.
He did.
I just love the way you say things. You make it seem you're in your right profession because you just make me laugh.
Hey, thanks, Poundcake. That's what I'm here for, to make you laugh. I appreciate that.
You know what movie I want them to reboot, though? I watched like a couple weeks back on a weekend. I didn't have anything to do. My roommates were gone, and I could be by myself. Gigolo. I didn't know that was like a Richard Gere movie.
Okay, first off, Richard Gere was in a movie called American Gigolo.
American Gigolo.
Richard Gere. This guy's been around. Richard Gere's been a movie star for like 50 years. You call him Richard Gere.
But he doesn't know.
You don't?
I know him.
Why would he know Richard
Because I think he would think he was a top shelf zaddy.
He is. I know him from, I don't want to get it wrong, the prostitute movie.
A Pretty Woman.
Pretty Woman.
The prostitute.
Okay, but I wasn't wrong.
The hope.
And you thought he was Richard Gere.
I messed up the name. And he was also in Unfaithful. So I know who he is.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I know
you love that movie.
Yeah, I know. He's getting done nasty in the
Richard Gere. Okay, first, I'll get back to Richard Gere and Ron Johnson here, and I'll give you this $1,000, a buck ton of cash. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. It's a buck ton of cash. Time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword dollar, DOLLAR, to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's dollar to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
But just reading Don Johnson's Wikipedia entry under personal life, it is a masterclass in being a swordsman. We talked about Don Johnson recently because that song Heartbeat that he did in the 80s was a huge hit. So at his peak, Miami Vice, they were letting him do whatever he wanted to do. So he's making movies, he's making albums. My favorite part is he did the Heartbeat album, and then he did a follow-up album a couple years later, early 90s. And then he does a third album that's just called The Essential Don Johnson. And it's the songs from the first two albums.
Yeah, it's like a best stuff.
That is a baller move. When you've put out a total of 20 songs and you compile them in a third one called The Essential Don Johnson. Oh, what are the tracks that didn't make it? What are the non-essential songs?
That's usually something just the record company will do. Where they're
I'm
like,
sure it
okay,
is.
We're not moving a lot of copies of this one or this one, but if we
Right.
put them together, we do a re-release. He's got a name. People are going to buy the Essential
Right.
Don Johnson, because there's a whole bunch of like a series of like the Essential Billy Joel, the Essential Elton John, all those
Right, those are guys who have
artists.
had 24 albums.
Right, but I'm saying if they got a name, they got an Essential.
Okay. So anyway, Don Johnson has been married, because right now he's 71. And he's been married, because Dakota Johnson is his daughter, the 50 Shades of Grey chick, and that's his daughter with Melanie Griffith. So he's been married 5 times to 4 women. He married Melanie Griffith twice. First 2 marriages, real young. They don't even know who the women were. They never made them public. Got them annulled real quickly. So then he lives with Pamela Disbar for a while, who was like a big-time groupie. She banged a lot. She wrote a book about all the guys she banged. Then he meets Melanie Griffith when she's 14. And they begin living together when she's 15.
How old is he?
23.
Okay.
Then she becomes 18 and they get engaged. And then they get divorced pretty quickly. But they had Dakota Johnson. And then they get married again. And then he dates, the actress Nicolette Sheridan? She was on Desperate Housewives. He dates her mom. And then he hangs out with Patty Darbanville, who was like a big Andy Warhol. She's an actress, but she was mostly like an Andy Warhol model. And they have a kid. Then he bangs Sybil Shepherd while they're making like a TV miniseries. And then he dates Barbara Streisand. And then, when he's 38, he's dating an 18-year-old Uma Thurman.
Jeez.
And then he bangs Penelope Ann Miller when they make a movie. And then on the show Nash Bridges, which your grandparents might have watched, he dated the girl who played his daughter.
Oh, jeez.
This actress, Jodie Lynn O'Keefe.
Which is the opposite of the Keenan show, where his dead wife played his mom on a sitcom that they were on.
Say again?
So Keenan's dead wife.
Yeah.
Played
Right.
His
Yeah.
mom.
Grown-ass little man or whatever.
Yeah, man, something like that.
Right. The sitcom he got famous for, his wife played his mom on the show.
Yep.
Right. And everybody was creeped out by it.
Yep.
That's a funny story within a story there. Yeah,
That's got to be like a little shot.
to Don Johnson?
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, the show Nash Bridges, he was 47 and she was 18. So they were dating.
Now, in the Keenan show, it's like they were only 5 years apart, but they're taking more of a shot at Hollywood, where like if you're over 21, you have to play a mom kind of thing.
So he's been married to this last woman for like 20 years. He took Gavin Newsom's girlfriend at the time and married her.
Damn, he's hot. He was hot when he was young, though.
Don Johnson?
Yeah.
He's still a good-looking dude. Like he's got, the bones of the house are still there. He's 70. Like he and Costner are like those old guys who just kept their looks.
But like Community D wasn't a thing back then. Like no one cared that you just slept around with everyone.
Community D.
Yeah,
the 70s and 80s.
I know, but like
even now, people don't really care. It's just that everybody can get information so quickly that you can get blown up.
They were protected a little bit more back then, and it was part of the lifestyle, part of the thing with being a celebrity is that you get to be with all the beautiful women and all the.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense because I was just thinking like, dang, I could understand it, but like she's like, didn't you just make my friend? Like, yeah, you guys want to join together? Like,
yeah. So Don Johnson's he's still got a lot of money. He's working regularly, you know. So yeah, you're going to get married finally when you're like in your 50s. You're like, I'm done with this. He was in Machete. Remember when he was in Machete?
You know, I never actually watched Machete all the way
Love
through.
Machete. Machete. Yeah, he does good work. He was in Knives Out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's always been working.
So anyway,
hard-working man.
I get up this morning and I
if
see
you play his daughter, look out.
That's right. I get up this morning, I see that Don Johnson is trending, and having just watched him in Kenan last night, I'm like, oh, maybe people are writing about how great he is on this show. Nope. It's because Ron Johnson from Wisconsin got called Don Johnson. But what are you going to do?
But Nancy Pelosi, 80 years old.
Mike in Parma says, God damn, he really was just looking for a heartbeat.
Yeah, right.
He was. Yeah. A hole and a heartbeat. Oh, the old Dice joke. Sybil Shepherd was hot when she was young, too. That's what I'm saying.
Sybil Shepherd still looks good, though.
Sybil Shepherd looks all right, yeah. But, I mean, Don Johnson, and you don't have to worry about, I mean, again, you couldn't do this now. You couldn't move in with a 15-year-old girl.
No, that's real creepy.
Now.
Like there's some questionable choices that were made by Don Johnson that I'm not thrilled about. That's why, like, he's like, whenever you dig into these celebrities' lives, you go, oh man, I don't like that.
Not all of them, though.
Not all of them, but that's
Don
one right
Johnson,
there that I really don't like at all.
I was in rapt attention going down the Don Johnson rabbit hole.
Hey, like, where's her parents during all that?
Her mom was Tippi Hedren. She was probably off.
I don't know,
She was in the Birds. Her mom, she was famous. Her mom was famous. Like,
so you go, I got things to do. Why don't you move in with this guy?
I feel like that was like more of like a hippie, like summer of love type thing. You know what I mean?
It seems like grooming. That's what it was.
Well,
it's grooming.
They got married twice. Some worked.
Okay.
You know?
They got divorced twice, too.
He groomed her for Antonio Banderas.
Are they still together?
I think. Oh. She's banging the Nason XB. You still smell like Don Johnson. Hey, Vanessa.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. I have a kind of a funny story about Don Johnson.
All right.
My mother-in-law used to date Don Johnson, like, right at the end of Miami Vice. She had written like a couple episodes of the show.
Your mom had written a couple episodes of Miami Vice.
My mother-in-law.
Mother-in-law. Who is your mother-in-law?
Her name is Susie Fellows.
Okay.
Okay, so they dated for a little while, and she would talk about, like, he would get her gifts and take her out to dinner. And so, of course, I wanted to know about these gifts. He bought her a Ford Probe with ground effects.
My ex-wife used to drive one of those. Wait a second. Was there a significant age difference between the two of them?
No, surprisingly.
Okay. And so she was age appropriate, but she just happened to be on set.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. And he bought her a Ford Probe?
Yes, with ground effects, which I don't know what that means, but I picture it being like neon lights under the car.
Is that what ground effects are?
That is what it is.
No,
He's like
with a Ford Probe, that doesn't seem like the type of car. I guess it was like a hatchback, but that's funny.
I mean, you get 26 in the city, 33 on the highway. That's not bad, you know? It's 160.
Worst car ever.
It's 164 horses. God, I remember my ex-wife drove one while we were dating, and that thing was. It looked cool, but that's where it stopped, boy. There was nothing that car could do.
Harry, what's his face, did the commercials for those? Because I remember him saying, like, even the door handles look cool.
They looked really cool, but the car was awful.
Right. The guy from Night Court.
Harry Anderson.
Harry Anderson, yeah.
What? Well, Ford made it disappear after a while. Did your mom mother-in-law end up keeping the car or selling it or what?
No, she got rid of it. Like, that isn't a car you keep forever. I was expecting her to say a Porsche or something.
A Ford Probe. I love it. Yeah.
And my husband went to, like, really nice private schools, actually, because he was a bad kid. And because of her connection, she could get him into these private schools. And he's like, everybody else was getting dropped off by like their chauffeurs. And he's like, meanwhile, my mom's dropping me off in the Ford Probe.
Yeah. And in the back window, it just says, Don Johnson bought me this.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
that's it.
Hey, thank you, Vanessa.
Reminds me of a joke from The Office where Michael's out with a client and he tells this joke and he's like, like three guys are out and like, I'm an astronaut, so I drive a Saturn. And then there's a pimp. He goes, oh, I'm a pimp, so I drive a cheap Escort. And then the third guy's like, oh, I'm a proctologist, so I drive a brown Probe.
Yeah. I keep forgetting.
That's like the last time I even heard anybody talk about the Probe. Was that episode of The Office.
Yep. Yeah, when we were dating, I was constantly going to pick my ex-wife up from the side of the road where her Probe had broken down.
Mm-hmm.
I keep forgetting Harry Anderson's dead.
Yeah.
That's a bummer. Does anybody rerun Night Court, by the way? It's like Cozy TV or anybody rerun Night Court?
I'm not sure.
I feel like it's not even streaming.
I just did like a soft watch of Friends. Like that was like my background show for a while, where you just kind of have it on. You watch some episodes with the girlfriend when she comes over. So now I'm going to dig in. I think I'm going to go into King of Queens.
Okay.
Those old sitcoms that are just punchy and funny.
Yeah.
You don't have to pay super close attention and you just kind of turn your brain off. I love that stuff.
Night Court. Remember Marsha Warfield, who I always thought was a criminally underrated comedian, was on Night Court.
Featured quite a bit in the Comedy Store documentary.
Yeah, she's dynamite.
She's very funny.
Okay, if you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. If you want to shoot a text 35192, you can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app. 216-578-1007. 800-348-1007. 35192. If you want to send me a text. Cavaliers get their second win in a row. How many until it's a streak?
I'd say 3's a streak.
Okay, well then they're going for number 3 on Saturday. 112-96 over the Rockets last night. They take tonight and tomorrow off, and then they'll be in Philly to play Jimmy Butler and the I don't think he's with them anymore.
No, he's with the Heat.
And the 76er. Who are they?
Joel Embiid. They have
Seth Curry.
Ben Simmons. Is Seth Curry with them? Maybe.
I think so.
Who else? Tobias Harris.
There you go. So 7 o'clock Saturday night. It's going to be Cavs Sixers in Philly here on MMS.
Doc Rivers is their coach.
All right. Dr. J is there?
No.
No?
No.
Oh. Poundcake comes in breathless in the break. Did he do the same thing to you?
No, I was taking a whiz.
Did you see John Geddert killed himself? I go, who? Assuming that he's mispronouncing someone's name like Richard Gere, the star of Pretty Woman, the star of the prostitute
You
movie.
made me spell it out because I thought I had it wrong.
Right, because I saw, what I told him is I said, I saw the story but didn't know the guy's name. This is the guy who just got...
It was literally this morning.
This morning,
This morning they announced it. They
24 criminal counts against him, the U.S. gymnastics coach that got tangled up in the Larry Nassar thing with Michigan.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't show up. He was supposed to surrender to the sheriff's office, but he didn't show up, so they go to his house, killed himself. Hours after they charged him, this guy killed himself. Discovered him in Grand Ledge, Michigan. Charged with 20 counts of human trafficking, racketeering, criminal sexual conduct, lying to police. The full bug.
What is...
He was a coach on the women's gymnastics team. He was accused of sexual penetration of a girl under 16. He was part of that Larry Nassar thing. Nassar was the team doctor, right?
The physician.
The physician.
I think.
Well, yeah.
He's serving 175 years in prison.
He didn't kill himself, did he?
No, he's in prison. Larry Nassar. And so they said that this dude knew that Larry Nassar was abusing the patients, and he didn't take any action. You know, he's like the other people they were trying to charge around Jerry Sandusky, people who knew what was were going on. The 2012 women's gymnastics squad would later discuss how they had been molested and abused and all this stuff. So that Michaela Maroney, she was the one that kind of got famous because she made that weird face.
Mm-hmm.
I was reading an article about her that she's in some weird cult.
Oh, really?
I guess. Something called the Church of the Master Angels.
That sounds
some guy who claims
very culty.
claims he can cure cancer. You got to buy these courses that cost thousands of dollars.
That's how it starts.
And I guess Michaela Maroney's part of this.
Well, I give her that famous look to her decision to join the cult.
Yeah, but you know what, though? It's got to have something to do with, like, if you were young and got abused, you're probably ripe for the picking in some emotional way for these charlatans that are looking for people, you know, to give them... She's had a lot of years, obviously, in between that and now, but... It's got to be, if you're somebody who's running a cult, and she looks all grown up, by the way.
She's also in the news today because she had a kidney stone and had to be rushed to the hospital.
Hey, there you
So
go.
there you go. Yeah.
These people are all back in the news. Her dad died while he was trying to detox from opioids.
The Church of the Master Angels.
Yeah. So she was one of the girls that was part of that gymnastics team that the Larry Nassar situation all got blown up from when they started talking about what happened to them. They had finally, these girls had said, he's been doing this since we were 13. So this morning they charge one of the other coaches, and that guy killed himself.
Ugh.
Just like an innocent guy would. But yeah, Poundcake runs in. John Geddert killed himself.
Well, because
should I know who that is?
I didn't know who it was till this morning, but again, pooping, scrolling, get all my info, and I saw that. I was like, oh, okay, I know who Larry Nassar is just because that whole thing, and I'm sure they'll probably do some type of documentary or docuseries from this, too. But it was just like literally the news broke this morning and then today.
Yeah.
Like didn't even get sentenced or anything yet. Poop time.
Yeah, again, I saw the story and saw the photo of the guy, but I didn't pay attention to his name.
Chris Ty broke it. It was on my Twitter feed.
Really?
Congrats, Chris Ty.
Channel 2, CBS 2 in Chicago. The great Chris Ty.
Tell you what, though. Michaela Maroney was like, hey, why don't you come to this cult with me? Looking at her Instagram, be like, okay.
Well, that's what I mean.
I'll check it out.
and that's why it's so weird when you see female athletes in their natural habitat, you know, when they don't have the uniform on and they don't, you know, when they get kind of gussied up and throw themselves on social media, you're like, oh.
Well, she was always cute, but she was also a young girl.
Little girl,
she
yeah.
didn't look, you know, now she's an adult. She's like...
She's got, what has she got to be, mid-20s or something now?
She's 29, I think.
29?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, let me ask you this. What if you DM her and ask her some more details about this cult?
I'm not going to... I'm not going to look... I'm not looking for the cult. I guess that might be a way in. I don't know. I would have my girlfriend do that. I'd be like, hey, what's this cult think about threesomes?
Right. There was a girl who did a TikTok. Speaking of threesomes, a girl did a TikTok thing complaining about how it's way worse to get broken up with in an open relationship than with just a normal two-people relationship. Yeah.
I think it all depends all the time. But well, why is it worse?
Being dumped from an open relationship is so much worse than being dumped from a monogamous one, because it's not like we need to see other people. It's I need to see specifically not you.
Okay, that's a good point.
Yeah, isn't there some movie called There Is No I in Threesome on Netflix? I keep seeing
on
that
HBO Max.
Keep seeing that suggested to me, and I didn't know if it was a documentary or if it's a film.
It is a documentary, and it's about this guy and his lady, and they're going to be distant in like a long distance relationship, so they agree to be open during that time. So, and he's bisexual, she's bisexual, so they're dating everybody. He's getting not much, but he finds a girl,
which is how it usually goes.
Yeah, but he finds a girl and they're dating, and like they're, you know, they know about the other, like they're very ethical about the whole situation.
Everybody's
and she finds
above
a girl.
board.
Yeah, they're above board. They're talking about it. They don't, you know, try to hide anything. And the girl gets a boyfriend too. So like they're both in like their relationship, but then they also each have like a new person, and they, you know, have threesomes with their people.
This sounds exhausting.
This
is a documentary? Is this a foreign language film?
No. They're like New Zealand, Australian. So
same thing.
They're, you know, you can understand them at least.
I know. All right.
But it's like 90 minutes long, and it's interesting, and there's some nice little twists in there. I enjoyed it.
Well,
it's one of those ones where you go, oh yeah, this isn't gonna work.
Of course, the guy's not gonna get laid as much.
Well, he didn't get laid as much, but he also did find a girl that he enjoyed quite a bit, like another girl. But he learned a lot about himself.
Oh, sure, and isn't that really what it's all about?
The I in threesome was himself.
Oh, it was inside him all along.
He needed to have a threesome with his own being.
Oh, I see. Mm-hmm. All right.
But there's a good twist, and I don't want to ruin it, but it was... I was like, oh, okay.
What does racketeering mean? Does that mean organized crime?
Yes.
Okay.
What was he in that as well? Did they get him in that as well?
Well, they said human trafficking, which means just transporting a sex slave from one place to another.
Racketeering would be part of how they were. If you're sex trafficking, you got to find a way to get the money to other people. Mm-hmm. Money laundering, things like that's how they get those guys under like RICO laws. The R is for racketeering.
Do you think, now, go with me here, this is a long shot, but do you think that Giselle, whatever her name is, that's sitting in prison, she secretly...
Giselle?
Or what's the name? Jeffrey Epstein?
Oh, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Ghislaine Maxwell. Do you think she's secretly saying all this stuff and they're pursuing it? Because I think Jeffrey Epstein was at the very tippy top, so she has all the info on all these people, and there's been a lot of busts lately. So maybe she's like secretly telling them.
But the Larry Nassar thing, that was already an investigation. They were eventually going to get to this guy. I can't believe it took that long. But they're eventually going to get to the other people involved, because that's still an investigation they're looking into. So they had to build a case against this guy who killed himself. But Ghislaine Maxwell, she very much does not want to go to jail. So I don't know that she's going to be able to.
She's already in jail.
Well, she's being held, but she doesn't want to go for like 30 years, you know.
I can't believe that 30 years, like that's the most she's looking at.
Well, I pulled that number out of my ass.
Okay.
I don't know what
I didn't know.
I don't know what they're looking at, but I like this song. There's no I in Threesome from Interpol, but I haven't seen the movie. But anytime there's a movie like this, I like the people who are in non-monogamous relationships all come out of the woodwork to complain about what the movie got wrong.
That's not how it is for us.
It's like, all right, well, fine, but
not
you know,
what we deal with.
Right.
And I do know some people that are in those open type relationships, and it seems to work for them.
Good for
But
them.
it's a lot of plates to spin.
I just see the girl always getting the better end of the deal.
The one person that I know seems like the dude's doing the
Really?
the slaying. Yeah.
Now, how is that? She's not as good looking?
No, she's very hot, but
she probably doesn't like it as much.
I think she's a little more reserved about it. Where like
So it was his idea.
I don't know. I don't know that many details about it, but I feel like it's how they do things, and they're married, and I think it's working for them. It seems like.
I just always thought it was funny because you'll eventually hear about, like, it's always the guy who suggests an open relationship, and it always makes me laugh because I'm like, what do you think is waiting for you out there? I mean, there is an element of the grass is always greener, but there's also, it's a universal truth that by and large, women don't have to do a lot of work to get laid if they really want to, whereas we've got to really put in some work.
But some guys want to do that work, and that's what
Part of
gets
the
them
chase.
horned up is doing that
Doing the work?
Doing that work, yeah.
Man,
just
you're
knowing
already
that
doing
there's
work being
somebody,
married.
Right, but I'm saying like they're just enjoy knowing that they don't need everyone to be attracted to them, but like more people being attracted to them is exciting to them. I do like
So
that
it's an
TikTok
ego
though.
thing.
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. That TikTok thing is very funny though. Like they're not, they don't need somebody else. They just don't want you.
Yeah, right.
That's very true.
Very specific to what
And anybody but you.
Being dumped from an open relationship is so much worse than being dumped from a monogamous one, because it's not like we need to see other people. It's I need to see specifically not you.
I've already got somebody over here. I need you out of this triangle.
Specifically, not you.
Specifically, not you. Michael Bolton is trying to help people. I like how Michael Bolton has embraced parodying himself.
Yeah, his kind of camp status.
Yeah, they did the Lonely Island things. I think that really got that started for him. But he's doing a commercial now for some brokerage company about how do you break up with your brokerage firm. You know, in the wake of the whole Reddit and GameStop thing, there was this white hot spotlight on Robinhood, and there were people that had been using that. They were really pissed because the company was doing things that they didn't know, and that's probably on them for not reading the fine print. But there's this company that, not to get too in the weeds on how public trading works, but there is this app or this website that is offering people commission-free trading, where these companies will take fees for your trades, and Robinhood was no different. That they would take fees for processing the orders. And there's this company that is not doing that, and so they're getting celebrities to do commercials for them. So they got Tony Hawk, and they got Will Smith, and they got Michael Bolton singing "How Am I Supposed to Trade Without You" for this company.
Tell me all about it. Tell me who you sell my trades to. Oh, tell me one thing more before I go. Tell me, how am I supposed to trade without you?
Still sounds good.
Jesus, I'll
Sounds
tell you what.
incredible.
That's why Michael Bolton's so funny, because he's not just a guy parodying his own song. He's such an amazing singer that it sounds funny if you put different words in his mouth. 'Cause
Right,
the
and it's such
singing
a
sounds so
serious,
good.
like, romantic
Yes.
song.
He's not winking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My stock's been in your hand for oh so long.
Dude's had some work done, though, boy.
Now, has he?
Yeah.
Looking weird?
No.
Is it good
looks-
work?
he just
Good work or bad work?
He looks very smooth.
Yeah.
Think it's time I must be moving on. wanna transfer all my
Okay.
stuff and I
This could just be like a Zoom filter, though.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he always did kind of look like that. He always looked kind of smooth and cut. So I think he probably just went in and said, hey, just take a little off the edges, whatever. But yeah, he's approaching like Madame Tussauds territory.
What they got to figure out, and whatever plastic surgeon can figure out, the neck will make the most money.
Dude,
because his neck looks like
leather.
It looks like an old couch, yeah.
My neck is starting to drive me crazy, and I don't know why. My neck, I'm starting to get...
The veins and...
No, I'm starting to get like a little like...
Is it gathering?
Turkey neck or something. When I'm like getting ready in the morning. I don't even know if you can see it. But
I think it's very much in your head.
It's not. I'm getting like little lines in it, and it's like getting... I don't know what it is.
I see a little tiny bit.
I'm sure people watching will see if I move a certain way.
We're 720p. We're good.
Let's keep it that way.
We're doing 4K.
All right, good. I don't want people seeing me as I actually am.
We got nice, high enough angles, and we got the right amount of resolution for our faces.
I was going to say, you need to put us through like smoothing, like kitty filters or something. Not where we look like cats, but where we kind of have that smoothed out
look,
glowy look.
No, it's like the Zoom filter where it's just do you want to enhance your appearance? Yeah, a little, not all the way, but smooth me out a little bit.
Right. I want you to
take the shine down.
I want you to make me look like Khloe Kardashian when I'm doing this show. But I'll be getting ready in the morning, and my eye is always drawn to my neck recently. I'm like, God damn it! I've taken really good care of my skin over the course of my life.
Move your hands. Just let us.
And it's kind of like I don't know why my.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't even know
it's just wrinkly a little bit.
Yes.
If you could get any work done, like a procedure done, and money wasn't a factor, what would you get?
Did you hear what I was just saying?
His neck. He wants it. But that's the thing. They haven't figured out the neck procedure now. Because there's so many, like, someone sent me a picture of Martha Stewart, and she looks amazing, but you still got the neck. The neck tells the story.
I'd get some face lipo, and I'd have this. I don't even know what the neck thing is. You know, I don't know.
Because it's not like it's fat or anything
no,
like that.
It's like
just wear and tear.
I have
grow your beard, man.
But who has
your beard?
But who has wear and tear on their neck? All the swallowing I've been doing over my life?
No, it's all the quick head turns you do towards Poundcake whenever he says some dumb crap.
I'm wearing you out. I'm aging you out. I'm sorry.
Man, I don't know. I'm aging myself.
Well, I can't help
this neck has really been driving me crazy lately. And I don't know what to do about it.
Maybe you gotta get like one of those balls that you put under your neck that like tightens everything up.
Oh yeah, that would work.
Or some smoothing cream. I don't know.
Something. I mean, I maybe I've been spending too much time on my.
I mean, you are obsessed with it. It's not as bad as you think.
Maybe it's a little rickety, also from shaving.
Rickety.
Martha Stewart looks great.
It's yeah, she's like 72 years old.
I mean,
she's still foxy.
If I, God willing, I make it to your age, I would hate to see what my neck looks like.
I just don't know why my neck is going
79.
in this direction. 79?
Yeah.
Martha Stewart's almost 80?
Yeah.
There was some old-timey actress named Martha Stewart who died, and I was amazed that it didn't go viral with everybody thinking it was that Martha Stewart. It got, like, no traction. I thought I'd see Martha Stewart trending, nothing. 80, wow. You think she poked Snoop?
I think Snoop probably suggested, he's like, why don't we do it? I mean, you got a story, I got a story.
Yeah.
It's worth doing.
Man.
I ain't never been with no septuagenarian
yeah,
before.
That's right. Okay, let me take a break. Another $1,000 for you at 5:30 if you want to get in on that. I'll have a keyword for you, and then we'll do it again at 6:30. It's a buck ton of cash. 35192 if you want to send a text, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.
216-578-1007 to join us live, or 800-348-1007. 35192 if you want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. Got the latest Poundcake up there for you as well. It's just Poundcake solo this week. Just spilling some... Are you spilling tea?
I think so. If people aren't reading their healthy news cycle, then yeah, probably.
Okay. Well, if you're not reading your healthy news cycle, then he's in there to spill some tea for you. Gossip.
It's not so much news. It's not like, hello, this is Poundcake and this is my hot take.
Oh, you're not... Whoops. You're not like Guy Smiley from The Muppet Show?
I don't know who that is, but no.
Okay. How long is this episode, by the way?
Like 50 minutes.
50?
50.
50.
Yeah. 15
so
minutes.
You spill a lot of tea.
I have a lot of topics to go
So
over.
much tea. All right, anyway, it's there for you at AlanCoxShow.com and on the iHeart Radio app. Tonight, 8 o'clock. I mentioned this yesterday, but I think I mistakenly told you it was tomorrow. It's tonight. iHeartRadio Live with the Black Crowes is exclusively on MMS. They're celebrating the 30th anniversary of Shake Your Moneymaker, which is out tomorrow. So the 30th anniversary of that is available tomorrow. But tonight, 8 o'clock, Black Crowes, iHeartRadio Live here on MMS. I like those guys a lot. So I will be tuned into that. I hope that you will too. Hey, Stripper Scott.
Yeah, hi guys. How are you?
How are you?
A little better today than average. But you were talking earlier about a couple times different occurrences of guys being creepy. And I had a story of something from yesterday. And for the record, I'm not the guy being creepy here, just ahead of time.
You're saying you're not the guy being creepy in this story.
He was witness the creepiness.
All right. You were asking. You're telling for a friend.
But, it takes one to know one.
Game knows game.
We smell our own.
But, yeah, so I got a taste for a certain drink that you guys mentioned on the show. So when I got out of work, I went and grabbed one at a place I don't want to mention because I don't want anyone to get in trouble for those or whatever. And so I'm going there. I pay for my drink, and I'm waiting for them to make it. And it's a couple of girls that look like they're in high school. One's running the register, the other one's doing the blender, and then the other one starts helping the first one as they're making it. And they're talking about driving, I guess. And the girl says that she got pulled over this morning and doing 93, which I assume had to be on the highway. And she says, wow, yeah, the cop let me go. And she's like, really? Wow, you're lucky. I know. Yeah, he asked for my number. And then she didn't give it to him. But then the cop gave her his number, right? Let her go with the ticket, which is automatically, by the way, a court date. You can't waiver that kind of speed. It's also reckless driving at that point. But lets her go, gives her his phone number. And then the girl says, doesn't he know that you're a minor? She's like, I'm not a minor. And she says, well, are you 18? And she says, no. She said, then you're a minor, dummy. So this dude knows that she's underage because he sees her license and is hitting on this high school girl, a cop, and just another abuse of power. And it just kind of just really irritated me.
How did she not know that she was a minor?
Sounds like she's really smart.
Hey, teenage girls are dumb. I'm sorry. Hate to say that, but kids are dumb.
Well, it sounds like one of them was dumb and one of them was smart.
But again, you know what your own age is, and if you know that if you're under 18, you're a minor.
Maybe she didn't know what the term was.
I mean, I assume any girl who's doing...
I've never been in a coal mine.
I assume any chick doing 93 anywhere is well aware of who's a minor and who's not and what her place in the world is. But okay, so yeah. And that kind of puts you in a box, too, because she couldn't give him a fake number because he's got all of her information.
Doesn't have her cell phone information.
Well, yeah, your name and address and birthday and stuff.
No, but a guy who's going to ask, a cop who's going to ask a girl for her number to get her out of a ticket is going to come to your house or something. I don't know. What do I know?
Yeah, it just, with all the stuff going on the past year with, people saying, oh, cops really are this way when they're supposed to not be doing this. And, I'm just not surprised, but it just irritated me.
It's like my dream, though.
What's your dream? To have a cop ask you for your phone
takeaway
number?
from this.
All right, thank you, Scott. I appreciate that. Oh, thank you.
stripper, Scott.
What is your takeaway from this? Your dream is what? For the cop to ask you for your phone number?
Like if I get pulled over for speeding or whatever, and then...
Which you don't do.
No, I would get pulled over for like an out tail light or something. Like it'd be something because of my raggedy car, not because I'm speeding. But if I get pulled over...
You know, you've got a tail light out, sir. No, I don't. Yeah, you do now.
Driving while black.
It's $150, yeah.
I hate you, Alan. Damn it. But he can make it better. He's like, oh, wait, you're Poundcake? Oh, you're really funny. And, you know, I normally don't say this. And let me turn my camera off. But I think you're kind of cute, too. Like,
let me turn my camera off is how this plays out. Okay.
Then my glasses all fog up. And I'm like... Okay, well, thank you. Now here's your ticket.
From you sitting down to him talking to you, your glasses fog up. Boy, there's nothing sexier than talking to somebody and their glasses fog up.
Mm-hmm. It's only happened one time.
Yeah. Well, that's all fun until they ask you if you are who you are, and you say yes, and they still give you a ticket. You're like, yeah, I just wanted
a ticket.
Just wanted to make sure.
I've never got pulled over and recognized, but I've been recognized by police officers that haven't pulled me over, like in other areas, in other cities. They're like, hey, you know.
Like rest stops and stuff?
I was going to say, guys who show up to a bachelorette party dressed as a cop.
They hit me up on like Instagram.
I heard someone here's been a bad girl.
No, they hit me up on Instagram and they're like, hey, I think you're really funny. I'm just like, you are a cute cop. Why I never get pulled over by people like you? Like, at least if I'm going to get a ticket, at least I want a show. Give me a smoke show.
You know they're not actual strippers, right? They're law enforcement. They don't... Do you think that cops are moonlighting as strippers? Is that what's going on?
No.
Oh, okay.
I've seen some attractive cops, and I've hung around some attractive cops, and I know some attractive cops.
Yeah, I always felt that those... I was always worried that those PBO cards or whatever they give you were like a trap. I never used those. I was going through some old stuff a couple of weeks ago, and I found this like stack of like cards that cops had given me over the years. I'm like, who uses these?
I used one when I was younger.
You did?
Yeah,
like
my uncle's a cop, and
he
gave me some. And
you had somebody in your family, though. If it's a fan and they're like, hey, I'll give me one of these if you get pulled over, just tell them. I'm like, okay, well, A, thank you. B, I don't know you. You just gave me this card. And so I'm going to get pulled over and be like, hey, here's a card. They're like, yeah, cool. Anyway, here's your $250 ticket. I didn't want to be that guy.
My friend
so
has...
clearly
if you say you know who they are, you know the name and stuff, then they go, oh, where are they at? And as long as you have some connection to the person, I feel like they'll let you go. Because I've had it happen a couple times.
Right, but my thought is, police don't all know each other.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
They don't all know each other, but if they know that you know someone that's really a police officer, they might let you.
Well,
no, they all know each other.
Clearly,
it's worth taking the shot to
I guess,
get out of the ticket.
Clearly, they work. Those people have used them and they work. But I was always like, I'm going to be the guy that flashes this dumb card, and the dude's going to be like, I don't know who that guy is.
But I know who you are, and I heard the things you were saying about cops, and now I'm going to need you to step on the vehicle.
Yeah. You got a broken taillight. So, no, I don't. Oh, it's my front light. How does your moonroof look? Oh, okay.
Someone was telling me, by the way, the half-staff flag out here is for a police officer that passed away a couple days ago.
Yeah, I got some angry letter from some listener, and because I said I couldn't tell if it was for Rush Limbaugh or for the COVID dead. So the person who emailed me didn't even know what they were talking about, if it was for a police officer.
What did they say?
They were like, read the news. God, who's this idiot? And I'm like, first of all, they run Rush Limbaugh down the hall at TAM, so it wasn't completely inconceivable that the people who run that station might have done that. It was more likely that it was for COVID. But... it wasn't even, I don't know, management forwards me letters when people just send them to the generic mailbox. They don't send them to me. They send them to like the MMS mailbox, and it's always somebody.
I'm
with
a tattletale at WMMS.com.
Yeah, so whatever. I mean, I like to get those letters, but, they ask those, one of the fields is, do you want to reply? And invariably people will write no. Because if they write yes, I'll write them back. I'll be like, hey, call in, we'll hash it out. Whatever. I was like, no. Like, okay.
Erwin
well, then what
Eberhardt.
are you sending me emails for, huh?
Erwin Eberhardt was the officer. That
Where was he an officer?
In Cleveland.
Oh, Cleveland proper.
Yeah.
Okay, what happened to him?
He died suddenly. He's only 53.
Okay.
Off duty.
Okay.
Cause of death has not been determined.
All right. Well, there you go. R.I.P. Officer Eberhard?
Eberhart.
Eberhart.
Eberhardt. Sounds like he's helping with the live stream.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, speaking of the live stream, thank you today to Kyle Shanshi. Not Kyle. Kyle Shansine. Shansine. Kyle.
Let me take a look at it.
Boy, there's a name, a lot of Kyles. I never met a Kyle.
Yeah, Kyle Shansine.
Shansine. Thank you, Kyle. $1,000 here. It's a chance to grab a buck ton of cash. Good luck.
Hey, it's Rover. It's a buck ton of cash. Time for your shot at $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword BILLS, B-I-L-L-S, to 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's BILLS to 200-200. Good luck from 100.7 WMMS.
It was a heart attack.
A heart attack? That's a bummer. Young guy, right, you said?
Yeah, 53, I think it was.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
All right.
Not old.
Hey, Officer X.
How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Nothing. I'm just calling to make a comment about the guy that had called just a couple minutes ago who overheard. I'm assuming he said this morning he probably had some little girl working at Starbucks making his coffee for him and overheard this conversation about her bragging to her friends about a police officer trying to solicit a phone number from a juvenile, in lieu of giving her a citation for going 93. There's no way I'm a police officer in the Cleveland area. There's no way in the world would I ever solicit a phone number from a juvenile in lieu of giving them a citation. It's just not going to happen.
Well, yeah, maybe not with you. I mean, I don't think he was talking about you.
It's age of consent.
No, it's just not as bad of an opinion as some people in the public have. A person like that, number one, it's probably just a girl bragging to her friends about, maybe being stopped by the police, and it's an exaggeration, just as most other children do. But it's really, that's a very, very, very far stretch of the imagination for somebody like that to assume generally that police officers are going to do that kind of thing.
Well, again, first of all, I mean,
very rare.
Understood, and I'll take your word for it, but you also have to allow that behavior like that is not exactly unprecedented. I mean, just because it's not very common. I mean, I'm going by the story that he overheard from this girl. I mean, I don't know any more about it than you do.
Oh, sure, absolutely. But I guess it was more so of a call to defend the fact that is extremely, extremely, extremely unlikely.
Yeah, well, or rare.
More so than not that she was probably just bragging to her friends about something that didn't happen.
You know what? I know exactly, because that was Stripper Scott that called and he told me about this story off air. I can tell you what place it was and the time of day, so you can go in there and intimidate these and be like, all right, so who's the pedo cop that pulled you over?
Right.
Get them to straighten and be like, I just made it up to impress my friends.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, you can put the screws to them.
Yeah, right.
All right. Well, thank you, Officer X. Yeah. Okay, I appreciate it. Well, he's standing up for her. I get it. What, is Stripper Scott trying out material on you before he calls him in, or what?
He didn't tell me the story. He just said, I have this story.
Oh, I see.
Should I call in? I'm like, yeah, call and tell it if you want. I just know the place of business he was at.
I see.
How would that look for? So say the girl didn't get pulled over, and she's like 16, and the cop is, freshly out of the academy. He can date her legally, right?
I have no clue. Wait, if she's 18?
No, if she's 16. Like, if she's age of consent, she can do what she wants then, right?
I mean,
I don't know how that works.
I think if you're...
I'm going to stay with, I also don't know how that works. And I'm just going to go, not a great idea. Not a great look for a police officer or anyone to be like, well, it's legal.
True.
I'm allowed to date a 16-year-old just because...
I feel like if you're putting yourself in a position where you're going to have to legally split hairs, it might be a good idea to walk the other way.
Fair enough.
Alan, I'm an Akron cop, and I barely know half the people in my department.
I just feel like
that's
it's
what I'm talking about. Like, cops
ever.
don't know. Like, Cleveland cops don't necessarily know Broadview Heights cops. Or you might. I mean, I'm just saying that when it comes to those cards,
they don't have to know the cop though. They just have to know your relation to the cop.
I don't have this guy gave. Well,
but if you go, oh, it's a friend of mine. He gave me this. He said,
I know.
You might be able to get out of something. I don't know.
I know. I just always envisioned that being a very awkward conversation because it's not as simple as, here's the card, I'll be on my way. It would be like, oh, how do you know him? He gave me this card. Well, how do you know? Like, I don't know him.
He's a fan of mine. I'm famous, and you pulled over a famous person.
Right.
I have a net worth of $3 million.
That's
I
not
make
awkward.
$1.4 million a year.
That's not awkward at all. Right. You take my point. Well, why did he give you this card? 'Cause I'm on the radio. I'm like, I'll just take
We're
the
running
ticket.
a best of right now, actually.
Yeah. I'll take the ticket. Alan, a minor driving 93 has no clue what the speed limit is because she's too busy looking at her phone. Yeah!
She didn't even know she was a minor. She said, what's a minor? What's the speed limit?
That explains that helmet I'm always wearing with a light on it.
I can't tell you how many people I know that look at a speed limit and they're like, well, ish. It's 70-ish. It's not exactly 70.
Well, listen, if the speed limit's 70 and you're going 72, cool. If she's going 93... That's nowhere near the speed limit anywhere, south of the...
It's closer to 70 than 120.
You're not driving through the, salt flats or whatever. Yeah.
Actually, wait, no, it's not.
I also don't like... there's a really sad story about a couple 19-year-old kids that died in Lakewood because they were hit by a drunk driver that was going like 80 down Clifton at 2:30 in the morning.
Wow.
Yeah. Some drunk driver.
What were they doing out at 2:30 in the morning?
I don't know. They're 19. They weren't drunk.
Do they know that?
Yeah. Oh. So they were out, and then they couldn't see it because the driver didn't have their lights on either.
Oh God!
And it split the car
sucks.
in half and killed these two kids that just graduated from high school last year.
Oh yeah. God! Drunk driving, lights off.
Yeah. Going 80 down Clifton, which is 35.
I was going to say, Clifton is... you got to be on your best behavior. I get scared going down Clifton, and I drive.
And the person who it was, they identified her, and then people saw tweets.
You mean
because
the driver?
This is the drunk driver.
It was a girl.
It was a girl,
a young.
Yeah, she was in her early 20s. I mean, she's okay. She's alive, but she's charged with some pretty serious.
She has to live with that guilt.
Well, she was pretty flippant about things before this happened because she had tweets out I just drive around and,
really?
I'll just flip a U-turn in the middle of an intersection. I don't care.
God.
Oh, she was reveling in it.
Yeah, and then this happened.
Bit her in the ass.
Well, and then she deleted all her social media because people were like, oh, do you still feel this way? Kind of coming at her. But really super sad because these two kids, best friends since they were in first grade, passed away, and it's just super
having a joint funeral,
sad.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, there probably won't be any smoking there. I mean,
maybe there will.
Might be.
Alan, maybe that cop that called him was the guy. Stripper Scott never said it happened at a Starbucks.
Well, I know that it didn't happen at a Starbucks.
I think he was just theoretically. And plus, anybody who works at Starbucks, they know if they're a minor or not. I have a feeling. You work with that many beans. I don't know what that means. But.
I don't either.
Okay, I've got to take a break. If you want to shoot a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. You can text me at 35192. Alan, I pulled over a 16-year-old girl one time doing 72 in a 25, and she was just as clueless as to why I was making a, quote, big deal out of it. Yeah, well, there you go. I was just going 72 in a school zone.
It's like 3 times. Oh, she probably doesn't know that.
Probably doesn't know that either. Ma'am, do you know why I pulled you over? Oh, the big deal is.
That's cute.
Because
you're pervert.
Cavaliers win their second in a row. They are on. If they win one more, it's going to be a legitimate streak. It's going to be a bona fide run. They beat the Rockets last night pretty handily, 112-96.
We're going streaking.
Streak! So they're off tonight. They're off tomorrow. And they'll be back in Philly on Saturday. Play the Sixers at 7 o'clock. So tune in right here. Pre-game will start at 6:30 on WMMS.
Speaking of Saturday, I'll be at Hilarities with Tim Dillon. But that's sold out. And then he's got another show on Sunday, and that's almost sold out. But there's also a show after that show on Sunday called Jokes on You that's not sold out. And that's the crowd work show that I do.
I was going to say, if you're dangling those sold-out shows in front of people, there's nothing they can do. But they can come to the crowd work show.
If they want to laugh, they can come to the crowd work show, which is not sold out yet.
What if they don't want to laugh?
Then
can they still come to the show?
Yeah, you can still come.
You're just saying
your money.
You're just
That's
saying
what it comes down to.
You're saying be prepared to laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you probably will laugh because those are very fun shows.
Do you know who Anthony Edwards is?
Yeah.
Not the star of ER and Gotcha.
Okay. There's another one.
It plays for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah. He had that crazy dunk. He was the number 1 overall pick. He had a crazy dunk last Friday that was just like the dunk of the year when he was shooting 3 for like 9.
Soak
having
of
the
the
best
year.
night. Yeah.
Anthony Edwards plays for the Minnesota Timberwolves. They are the worst team in basketball.
Mm-hmm.
They are 7-26. They're not even, the Pistons aren't even as bad as the Timberwolves. But he was being interviewed by an Irish reporter, and he was so enthralled by, this is a male reporter, by the way, which I didn't even realize till he called him by his name. I thought it was a woman. He was so enthralled, because this is over Zoom, so he can only hear the guy, so enthralled by the accent that he completely missed the question.
If you get a win tonight, that will breed confidence going into those next 4 games against teams in the similar spots beside you in the table.
Where you from, Jim?
Ireland.
I like your accent. I want to learn how to talk like that. But ask your question again. I was too much listening to your accent.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, no problem. Anywho, I'd like to know who that guy's reporting for. I don't think it's Irish press that's covering the National Basketball Association. So he's probably from Ireland.
Basketball's got a huge worldwide fan base.
Really? I just assumed he was an Irish guy working over here.
No,
people in Ireland care about NBA?
I mean, enough that they would have a reporter report on it, yeah.
Yeah, I guess, okay.
I think I don't think he's going to be, maybe he's reporting for something over here, but I mean, the NBA is probably the second biggest sports league in the world. Maybe it might be a cricket league.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe a rugby league because that's pretty big too. But I think the NBA has China, gigantic.
Right.
That's why LeBron's like, yeah, you don't need to have freedom in China.
Yeah. They really like us over there. Mm-hmm. But I certainly hope that Anthony Edwards doesn't learn to speak with an Irish brogue, because then, they'll level those charges of cultural appropriation against him. And I'd hate to see that happen to him.
Also, it's difficult, and you might end up sounding Jamaican.
Right.
But that might work in his favor.
Everton Irie, man! Yeah, Kyrie wants the NBA logo to be Kobe. He's trying to mount a campaign. It's been Jerry West for a long, long time, who is still alive, and Jerry West was like, yeah, fine with me. Mm-hmm. I don't think he gets anything for it. So Kyrie wants the NBA to change that classic red, white, and blue NBA logo, which is just a silhouette, by the way, to Kobe Bryant.
Which Kobe moved? The fadeaway jumper?
Fadeaway jumper. Well, no, I just him, I don't know. Him dribbling and running? No, I don't think it's him taking a shot. But
No,
they've mocked up a a new Kobe logo instead of the silhouette of Jerry West.
That works.
Because he says that the league is made up of predominantly black players, and so the NBA should have a black athlete as its logo. Black Kings built the league is what he says, which I don't disagree with. I mean, numerically, he's correct. And Jerry West, who I don't remember who he played for.
The Lakers, I believe.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
It was created in 1969 using a photograph of Jerry West, and then they just used the silhouette.
Now, they're still going to use the silhouette, or is it going to be a full color logo? I feel like they got to go silhouette.
I have a feeling you'd have to go silhouette rather than have a guy be the logo for. I think they'd have a silhouette. And frankly, who cares who the silhouette is?
Does Vanessa Bryant have a say in that?
She's all for it.
Okay, I didn't know. But
yeah, I don't know that she has a say, but I can't imagine she'd be opposed to them using Kobe's silhouette for the NBA.
She probably has the rights to his estate or whatever.
I was going to say his likeness.
Yeah.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
What's going on, man?
Not too much. Hey, I just wanted to chime in about the FOP cards really quick.
Yeah.
The cop cards. I actually had that similar situation where I had like a stack of these things and, given to me by actually the dad of a girl I dated, so I didn't have any connection to the police officer on them. And one night I was at a gas station and a sheriff happened to roll in. So I was like, well, who better to ask than this guy? So I went up to him and was like, hey, do these cards actually work, or is it just kind of one of those things? And he was like, yeah. He was like, granted, it's all on the cop. You might get kind of a douchebag cop or a rookie that's high and mighty, but he said 90% of the time, as long as you're using it for speeding, if you're doing 15 over, 20 over, and they pull you over on the highway, he was like, most cops I know will let you go with them. He's like, now granted, you can't use it for a DUI or anything, but I was like, well,
I want to see that.
Yeah, I'd be like,
unfortunately, but
so if I have a Samsonite full of pot in my trunk, it's not going to get me out of that.
Officer, I donate every year.
Yeah, I know it was you guys were on it a little bit ago, but I ran into that where I had to stack cards, and I was like, I feel uncomfortable using this because I was just given, they were given to me. But
right.
Yeah, I asked the cop, and he said, as long as it's for something, kind of that common sense, like speeding, as long as you're not doing 93 or whatever. But yeah, he said most cops will take them and let you go.
Does it have to? Did he mention if it had to be automotive in nature? Could it be like jaywalking?
Oh yeah, that's. It's one of those things he said based on the cops, but he said if it's a minor offense of something like that, then yeah, they'll take them. He said because in their eyes, it's, however you got it, it was a donation made to law enforcement.
Right.
It's really how you get those. So, they kind of see it as you paid money, so why give you a ticket and pay more because you already donated to us. So.
What if I don't know if I'm a minor? Does that play into anything? They take that into account? How old are you, sir? I'm 49. I think am I a minor? No, you are very much not a minor, sir. Okay, I don't know.
M-I-N-E-R.
This
Yeah.
is a minor stack to Poundcake.
Right.
I'm sorry?
Right. Okay. Thank you, Matt. I appreciate the call. Thank you.
What did he say?
Something about Poundcake. I don't know what he said.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the sound of the police.
Speaking of selling stuff and not being able to get out of it, Bedford, Pennsylvania is a small town. It's about 40 minutes from the Maryland border, so it's way in there. If you know anything about Bedford, Pennsylvania, basically all they're known for is the National Museum of the American Coverlet is in Bedford, PA. And a more thrilling, exciting museum you'd be hard-pressed to find. It's basically showcasing 19th century coverlets, which is just a fancy word for woven blankets. But when the American Coverlet Association or whatever was really searching far and wide for a place to break ground for their national museum, they landed in Bedford, Ohio. But a guy from Bedford is in trouble for selling drugs to a state police informant. He sold meth to the guy, and then they raided his home. They found half a pound of pot. They had 15 plants and a little bit of meth. But he said he bought the meth in Ohio and only sold to close friends because he said the meth in Bedford was junk. And he knew if you want the good meth, you got to go to Ohio, is what the guy said. So congratulations, Ohio tweakers. You did it. Forget all these other lists we're on, right? Second from the bottom of like hard work, whatever.
Right.
If you want to know where the great meth is, you got to come to Ohio, and that's where this guy doesn't live like right over the Ohio border. He way in to the state to get some good meth.
Well, you'll travel for the good stuff.
You've got to. Sometimes you got to get in your car, you got to say goodbye to those 15 plants, and you got to make sure that you're getting the good stuff.
Today's show is brought to you by Ohio Meth. When you need a fix and need it bad, don't waste your time on crappy Pennsylvania meth. Use Ohio Meth. Made from pure Ohio acetone, illegally harvested ephedrine, the freshest hydrochloric acid, and just the right amount of lithium. And cooked up by addicts right in Ohio. Choosy meth heads prefer Ohio Meth.
Warning, don't do meth.
Meth smoker, meth smoker, meth smoker!
That's right. You got that Glass D. Jones, son. Get it right here in Ohio. Round on both ends and high in the middle. So that guy is on the hook for that. So anyway, Alan Cox Show After Hours line, you can always leave us a message there anytime you like. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, it's Matt. I have no other qualification other than I am a space enthusiast, but I listen to a couple really good podcasts about space. One of them is from the Planetary Society, and they go into a lot of detail. This is all because you guys were talking about why we're not going back to the moon. My understanding was that the 2024 date for the moon landing, it was a vanity project from Trump where he assumed he was going to get reelected, and he wanted to send Americans back to the moon by 2024, even though people at NASA told him that it was very unlikely that unless there were huge increases in the budget, that we'd be able to do it. There just wasn't the money there, mainly because we still have huge financial commitments to the International Space Station. So in reality, I don't think you're going to see us return to the moon until we've ended our commitment to the International Space Station. And I don't think that's really scheduled to happen until 2028. So a lot of that money won't get freed up until then, and then you can start to push it towards the moon or Mars. But the moon has kind of been seen as a jumping off point to go to Mars. If you can use some of the resources there to mine fuel or whatever you might need to get to Mars, it's easier to get out of the moon's gravity than Earth's. But it's really fascinating stuff. But again, I have no other qualification than I'm an enthusiast. But anyways, 2024, yeah, it was a Trump thing, and he was too stupid to properly fund it, and then he didn't even get reelected. So anyways,
I figure the space program is kind of a vanity thing for every president. Every president comes in and goes, here's what we want to do. I want a man on the moon in the next 10 years. Did you hear any of those Mars recordings, by the way?
Space miners. Yes, I did.
Yeah, those were pretty cool. And there's not much to them. It's a lot of low end here, but, it's pretty windy on the surface of Mars.
I feel like this is
pretty
growling
cool.
noise. It's about to make me poop.
I think you just got poop.
Okay, shut up.
Yeah, that's
Space, the final frontier.
That's those space gases, Poundcake, that you were so worried about.
God, that would be the one thing I can't deal with in space.
You can't deal with the space gases?
No, like
you can't deal with Uranus here.
That's what I'm saying. Ha ha. Just saying the astronauts have to not only poop in front of each other, but they have to aim and get it perfectly into the.
What do you think they had? What? All right, hold on.
Go
Explain
ahead.
to me
Go
how
ahead.
you think astronauts poop.
No, they have a toilet on the thing, but they have to strap themselves to it. Correct?
I think they do it in the suit.
Okay, but
you're talking about in the space station.
In the space station, yeah.
They might have a toilet,
but they don't have to aim it.
But they have to. I'm talking about where they're sitting. They have to aim and get correctly.
Do you not aim when you poop? Do you just get in the bathroom and be like, I hope it goes in the right place?
He just goes willy-nilly. He just stands on the opposite side of the room.
They strap themselves in, and then they poop, and I believe there's probably some sort of suction to allow it to not just be...
It's like an airplane toilet.
Just coming out and then floating back up against their cheeks.
Poop time. Has to be probably not too much suction, though. Because let me watch you poop.
What do you mean not too much suction?
They're able to... Yes, they know the right amount of suction to suck a poop out of the butt.
By the way, I think it's very optimistic of you for you to say that the one thing you couldn't handle in space would be pooping.
Well, everything
there
else...
would be a list of things that you couldn't handle in space. You're anxious to talk on the phone.
Right. They put you in that G-force machine where they spin you around to see how you can handle that. You'd pass out at 1G. the regular amount of force on Earth.
A single G.
Yes. The regular amount of force just going in a circle would be like, I'm out.
Yep.
I'm just saying everything else looks pretty exciting. That doesn't, I mean, it would intimidate me, but like...
Poundcake, how was your trip? You'd be at a loss for words. Did Keith Kennedy ever talk to you after yesterday's show?
Saw him in the hallway.
What did he say?
When we were leaving, I had my CLE clothing bag, and he's like, "You got all your stuff?" Because I thought I was getting fired. So he was like, "Is that all your stuff from the office?"
Oh, yeah.
That was very funny.
Wasn't that funny?
It was great. What are you talking about?
Wasn't that funny?
Hey, Poundcake wants to tell you something. Bill runs away.
No, he didn't even. I walked towards him, and then he just kind of like nudges me in there. I could get you for assault.
Assault. Yeah, right. But space is really the place for him. He'd be fine in space. A single G.
I am a G.
You are a G. You're a single G.
Ow!
Poundcake in space.
I want you to go to space. They're sending those regular people to space. Can he be one of them?
They're sending that girl who was like a child. She was a child cancer survivor, and now she's 29, and they're sending her up in the SpaceX. She's like a physician's assistant now.
I said on my podcast that I wanted to go to space when it was commercially available, but also, I mean, I want to work on, You
mean commercially affordable, because it's commercially available.
Yeah, well,
they're sending people up. This billionaire had to pay for this girl's seat.
Okay, but yeah, I have to work on skydiving first because I haven't jumped out of an airplane yet, and my roommates have, and they talked about it, and they thought it was so great, and it's affordable. I can do it. They do it right there, like outside Akron. Just haven't yet. And my mom's like, "That's your daddy coming out of you. That's that white side."
Yeah.
You know how my mom did.
That's some white stuff to go skydiving.
She's like, "We don't do that. We don't skydive. What you want to skydive for? What is the sky going to get you that the ground can't get you?"
It's going to get me 30,000 feet away from you, Mom.
You going to pay to jump out?
Or whatever, 15,000 feet, whatever they do skydiving.
Yeah, right at 30,000 feet. Jumping out of a commercial airliner.
Yeah, it's like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible.
She's like, "How about if I knock you silly? Will you pay me for that?"
Wow, your mom. She really doesn't want you to leave the nest, does she? Like in any way, shape, or form.
She said she'll fall out.
That's the point of skydiving, is you're falling.
No, not skydiving. She said she will fall out, like if I move. Or I said, "Mom, I'm inevitably gonna get fired."
Slang.
Yeah, I was like, "I'm inevitably gonna get fired, or find another job. I'm not necessarily gonna stay."
Yeah, what is
in
your
Ohio.
mom gonna do if you call her and go, "Guess what?
Going to
Got
Tulsa.
a job, going to Tulsa or whatever."
She said, "I'm gonna fall out." She's like,
Which means she'll fall apart?
Yeah, fall
without
and roll on the floor crying like, "You can't leave me. You gonna leave your only mom?"
Wow. She's like, "Yeah, I'll see you next month, Mom."
I used to talk about it.
Backroads to Tulsa. Hi, this is Cody Poundcake Brown. And
Yeah.
You're on Backroads to Tulsa.
That's right. That's the new Chris Stapleton album.
I wonder how long that would take. Is there a road
long
trip,
time.
a reality show where you take nothing but back roads to get somewhere?
Sure. Yep. It's called On the Road with Teresa. I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192. Next chance to grab that $1,000 is coming up at 6:30.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio.
all the Cox.
WMMS.
Well, I didn't realize it was, it wouldn't be that long to get to Tulsa. Not taking the highway. Somebody
really?
texted me and said it would take Poundcake's mom roughly 20 hours and 18 minutes avoiding the tolls and highways as opposed to 13 hours. So she would add 7 hours and 18 minutes, but she
a crazy amount of time.
She could come see you. I thought it would be.
Does she fly in planes though?
She hasn't flown on planes since before 9/11.
She doesn't even want him jumping out of one.
My mom doesn't go anywhere. I want to get money so I can send her on a vacation.
But she's not going to go. No wonder
she would go. She just doesn't have any money.
No wonder she's so backed up. Kalahari. Okay, we've got to go. William, what do you got coming up?
This Sunday, Joke's on You at Hilarities. Get your tickets at hilarities.com. It shows at 7 p.m. It's all crowd work. It's very fun. And then you can check out the Bill Squire Show on YouTube or the iHeartRadio app. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram. And check out the latest Poundcake podcast, Poundcake's Hot Takes, at AlanCoxShow.com.
Okay, cool. Thank you guys very much for hanging out today. You'll find me out there at Alan Cox Show. This program is available anytime on the iHeartRadio app. If you prefer to watch, you can do that at our YouTube channel, which is The Alan Cox Show. And if you want to drop us a message, you can anytime. After Hours line is 216-986-8903. Another $1,000 for you a few minutes away. Next chance to grab a buck ton of cash is coming up close to 6:30, so listen for that keyword. Rachel Elliott is next.